datang di Hotel Borobudur, Jakarta. Dalam beraktivitas di Hotel Borobudur, Jakarta, keselamatan Anda adalah prioritas utama bagi kami.
Kami akan memberikan paparan mengenai prosedur petunjuk keselamatan saat terjadi keadaan darurat seperti kebakaran, gempa bumi, atau pemadaman listrik di Hotel Borobudur, Jakarta.
Gedung ini juga dilengkapi beberapa fasilitas lainnya seperti klinik, mobil ambulans, dan juga truk pemadam kebakaran.
Jika dihadapkan pada situasi darurat seperti kebakaran atau gempa bumi, pengunjung tidak perlu khawatir karena setiap ruangan dilengkapi dengan fasilitas fire extinguisher atau alat pemadam kebakaran, sprinkler, smoke detector atau alat pendeteksi asap, serta public address system atau sistem penyeranta publik.
Apabila terdapat sumber api dalam suatu ruangan tertentu, maka sirena kebakaran akan menyala secara otomatis dan lakukan langkah-langkah sebagai berikut. Gunakan alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR yang tersedia di setiap lantai gedung dengan membuka pin pelindung alat pemadam dengan benar. Jika asap sudah memenuhi ruangan Anda, segera merunduk dan merangkak. Buka mulut Anda untuk bernafas dan gunakan kain basah untuk memberikan oksigen untuk Anda. Jika pada saat Anda beraktivitas terjadi gempa, jangan panik dan tetap tenang. Pastikan Anda berlindung di bawah meja yang kuat atau di sebelah konstruksi yang kokoh agar terhindar dari barang-barang atau pecahan kaca yang berjatuhan. Lindungi kepala Anda dan jangan beranjak dari tempat sebelum petugas tanggap darurat menyatakan situasi sudah aman. Ikuti petunjuk petugas tanggap darurat kami. Hindari penggunaan lift gedung, gunakanlah tangga darurat melalui pintu emergency exit. Pergilah ke lokasi assembly point atau titik kumpul yang berada di luar gedung, yaitu di area parkir. Jika pada saat Anda bekerja terjadi pemadaman listrik mendadak, pastikan Anda tidak panik. Listrik akan segera menyala dengan bantuan generator.
Demikian safety induction Hotel Borobudur, Jakarta. Kami berharap Anda dapat beraktivitas dengan aman dan nyaman. Selamat beraktivitas, salam safety.
His Excellency, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Russian Federation to the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Sergei Tokinov. The Honorable Head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, Mr. Andrei Artizov. The Honorable Acting Head of the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Imam Gunarto. The Honorable Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Development and Support of the Fall Day Discussion Club, Mr. Andrei Bistritsky. The Honorable Director for European Affairs II of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Huinardi Hanafiluki. Executive Council members of Fall Day Discussion Club, speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the joint Russian-Indonesian seminar of the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, and the Fall Day Discussion Club. Indonesia-Russia, from the past to the future, the historical and geopolitical perspective at Borobudur Hotel, Jakarta. The Fall Day Club has been developing partnership with the countries of Southeast Asia for many years. In 2015, Asian Regional Conference of the club was held in Jakarta. This year, the Fall Day Club returns to Indonesia for a substantive analysis of both bilateral relations and the positions of Russia and Indonesia on key issues of discussion in attempt to look at the prospect for relation between the two countries through their shared history. That is why the seminar will be held with the participation of leaders and researchers from the National Archive of the two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, what we saw earlier is Kembang Nandak Jakarta Dance, presented by DKI Jakarta Cultural Department. Kembang in Indonesia means flowers, Nandak means dancing. This dance is a Jakarta dance creation which depicts of a group dancers playing bamboo fans as if they were dancing flowers. I am Berliantina, and I will be hosting the opening ceremony of the Joint Russian-Indonesian of the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, and the Valday Discussion Club today. For the first program, I kindly invite Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Development and Support of the Valday Discussion Club, Mr. Andrei Bistritsky, to deliver his remarks.
Thank you very much. It's very kind and very impressive beginning of our conference. Of course, I am not so attractive as dancing flowers, and maybe not so interested. But honestly, I'm very. It's very nice open ceremony because first of all we get safety instructions about earthquakes, fires, and later dancing flowers. Yes, all of us were flowers on this earth. I'd like to say first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Gunarta. Thank you for your hospitality. It's a great honor for us to be in so distinguished company. I hope our discussion will be interesting, important, mutually useful. I would like to say that all of us, all people in this world, we are travelers. We travel from the past to the future. We are wanderers on the wandering earth, on the wandering humanity. And extremely important for us to create navigation in this new world. New world is emerging. It's very complicated, in some sense painful process. It takes a lot of efforts, a lot of understanding. We are travelers, but we are scientists. We are trying to learn this world, to discover its problem, and our main task to help all people to navigate in this world. How we can build interesting, comfortable future for all of us, safe and profitable and sustainable, and so on and so on. We have to pave the way in the future. And we should think, because unfortunately we live in very complicated, dangerous world. A lot of threats. From time to time, I think that unmitigated disaster is looming. Unfortunately, it's a big problem. But we should overcome these problems. We should together to build this future, despite some problems, despite world hostility. It's a problem too. We should find new balance for new world system, and it's a sense of our participation in this conference. It's a sense of our common work. We should imagine, create our future. But before we should discuss it and to understand what should we do. Thank you very much again for invitation, for your hospitality, for excellent organization. Unfortunately, I am not master of ceremonies, but this opening ceremony is very impressive. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Bistritsky. Next, I would like to invite Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Russian Federation to the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Sergei Tolstenov, to the stage and deliver his remarks.
distinguished guests, dear Pak Imam Gunarto, acting head of National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia, dear Mr. Andrei Artizov, head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, dear Mr. Andrei Bystritsky, chairman of the board of Foundation for Development and Support of the Valdai Discussion Club, distinguished guests and participants of today's events, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to those who make this event happen. Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia, and Valdai Discussion Club. From the very beginning, it was really a great idea, a great initiative to hold such a forum on Indonesian soil. I can only highly appreciate the efforts of enthusiastic people who decided to get all of us together in Jakarta to discuss the past and future of Russia-Indonesian relations. The well-known Russian scientist Mikhail Lomonosov said, "People who do not know its past do not have any future." Same thing we can extrapolate to the nations. Next year, 2025, Russia and Indonesia will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the establishment of bilateral diplomatic relations. So, it is the right time to look back into the history of our ties and cooperation and get correct lessons that will pave the way to the brighter future of two countries, the Asia-Pacific region, and even more globally, to the whole world. My country, then called the USSR, gave a helping hand to the Indonesians during their struggle and fight for national liberation and independence, contributed to strengthening its defense capabilities and preserving the territorial integrity, as well as supported the young Indonesian state economically. There are still a lot of landmarks of our cooperation in the previous years. The Gelora Bung Karno Stadium and Persahabatan Hospital in Jakarta, the Samarinda-Balikpapan Highway in the East Kalimantan, and Palangkaraya-Tangkiling Highway in Central Kalimantan. Nowadays, in turbulent and complicated situation in the international affairs, Russia and Indonesia keep developing multifaceted relations of friendship and cooperation. In 2003, the two sides signed a declaration on the foundations of friendly and partner relations in the 21st century. High-level political dialogue was continued by talks between President of the Russian Federation Vladimir Putin and Indonesian President Joko Widodo in June 2022, as well as between Vladimir Putin and President-elect of Indonesia, Pak Prabowo Subianto, in July 2031 this year. The agreement reached by the leaders are being gradually brought into life. There are only two examples, maybe small but very specific and practical, that happened only last week. Revitalization of direct flights between Moscow and Denpasar, and inauguration of the Russian language open education center in Krishnadvipayana University in Jakarta, in collaboration with the Ural State Pedagogical University. We have a lot to offer to each other in terms of economic cooperation. Bilateral trade turnover is growing. In 2023, this figure exceeded $4 billion. And there is a big potential to explore in different spheres: energy, transportation, agriculture, critical minerals, peaceful use of nuclear energy, digital development and cybersecurity, smart cities, and so on. Negotiations on the conclusion of a free trade area agreement between Eurasian Economic Union and Indonesia are effectively advancing. We hope that this document will be signed in the near future, and it will give a great momentum to the development of trade and economic relations between our countries. This FTA will form the market of almost 500 million people that is very attractive to every side participating in this agreement. We are increasing humanitarian exchanges. Russian education is in great demand in Indonesia. Currently, more than 800 students from Indonesia are studying in many universities all across my country. For the 2024-2025 academic year, we have provided 250 governmental scholarships for education in Russia. Both sides are willing to increase this quota. Russia and Indonesia have close positions regarding majority of global and regional issues, share same values and views on problems of modern world. First and foremost, with regard to Palestine-Israeli crisis and situation in the Gaza Strip. Coordinate efforts in multilateral fora. Our countries are also unanimous in the issues of preventing the practices of neo-colonialism and countering promotion of radical ideology. We appreciate free and active foreign policy of Indonesia that was clearly manifested during Jakarta's presidency in the G20 in the year 2022 and in ASEAN in the year 2023, when our Indonesian partners were under intensive pressure from the Western countries. Our two countries had many achievements, but I am confident that together we can do much more. I look forward to cooperate with the new president, new government and new parliament of Indonesia that will begin their tenure in October. That is why today's event is so important. Free exchange of views and assessments of leading political experts and historians from Russia, Indonesia, and other friendly countries on the topical issues of bilateral cooperation will serve as a serious analytical contribution to the evaluation of current status of our bilateral relations and prospects for further cooperation. I wish all of you good health and productive discussions during today's seminar. Thank you very much. Спасибо and terima kasih.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite on stage Director of European Affairs II of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Winardihana Filuki, to deliver his remarks.
Finally, on my background, I hope somebody just take a picture of me with the background. Oke, yang terhormat Bapak Imam Gunarto selaku PLT Kepala ANRI, Your Excellency Mr. Andrei Aristov, Head of Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, Your Excellency Ambassador Sergei Tolchenov, Russian Ambassador to Indonesia, Mr. Andrei Brzezinski, Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Development and Support of the Valdai Discussion Club. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Selamat pagi, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic Indonesia, allow me to convey my warm welcome to all of you, Dobre Utra, to this important event, Indonesia-Russia from the past to the future, the historical and geopolitical perspective. It is in my capacity I would like to convey my sincere congratulations on the successful realization of this event. This gathering organized in collaboration between the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, and the Valdai Discussion Club. This holds significant meaning for the histories and futures of our two nations. It is indeed a testament to the strong and growing partnership between Indonesia and Russia. Next year, as already mentioned by the ambassador, that we will have the celebration of the 75th anniversary of bilateral diplomatic relations. With this momentum, both countries should realize the strategic partnership status in many areas of cooperation. Russia has always been a good friend of Indonesia since the Soviet Union period until the Russian Federation period. Most recently, we also received support from Russia during Indonesia's G20 presidency and ASEAN chairmanships. The geographical distance indeed is one of the challenges. Thus, both countries strive to remove the barriers, starting from the opening of direct flight from Moscow to Denpasar just last week, until the ongoing negotiation for trade agreement between Indonesia and the Eurasian Economic Union. Through our discussion today, I wish this seminar could further enrich the understanding of our shared historical ties and explore new opportunities for future cooperations. I feel that the list of speakers for each session are prominent in their field of expertise, not only from India and Russia, but also speakers from other countries such as India and China. I believe the discussion in this seminar will bring the positive outcomes for all the participants. The preservation and sharing of historical knowledge are crucial to fostering mutual understanding and respect. And I am confident that this collaboration will enhance our ability to safeguard our collective memory for future generations. This is a very important point. Lastly, I hope that this event will serve as a foundation for further dialogue on cooperation, not only in the field of archives, but also in the broader field of cooperation, not only for this period, but hopefully for the next decades. Thank you, and I wish you everyone a productive and insightful discussion. Terima kasih. Spasiba Bolsoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luki. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to invite Mr. Andrei Artizov, head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, to the stage and deliver his remarks.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, я буду говорить по-русски, так что если кто-то, так я понимаю, значительная часть русского языка не знает, можете воспользоваться транслейтом, синхроном. Вы знаете, прежде всего я хочу поблагодарить господина Гунарта, моего коллегу, руководителя Национального архива Индонезии, и вообще всех индонезийских хозяев сегодняшнего мероприятия за тот теплый радушный прием, который оказан россиянам нам вот здесь, на вашей замечательной земле. Ничто не случается так просто и случайно под этим небом. Вот, наверное, так звезды стали, многие обстоятельства сложились, что накануне 75-летия установления дипломатических отношений между Советским Союзом и Республикой Индонезии, накануне 70-летия другого замечательного события в истории мира, это 70-летие Бандунской конференции, которая совсем недалеко от того места, где мы сегодня собрались, произошел первый опыт такого сотрудничества между Национальной архивной службами и Национальной архивной службой Республики Индонезия и Валдайским клубом, и мы все здесь собрались. Я не сомневаюсь, что этот первый опыт будет успешным, ну хотя бы потому, что вчерашний день очень немало сделал для укрепления тех отношений, которые у нас сложились нашими индонезийскими коллегами после подписания меморандума о сотрудничестве в 2016 году. Он был подписан в присутствии президента Путина и президента Индонезии Видода в Бочаровом ручье в Сочи. У российских архивистов и у российских историков-архивистов давние традиции и давние отношения с Юго-Восточной Азией и вообще с Дальним Востоком. У нас абсолютно такие крепкие сотрудничества с китайскими коллегами, и есть отдельная специальная структура, которая организует это сотрудничество, и в рамках него и выставки совместные делаются, и книги вместе готовятся и на русском, и на китайском языке. Аналогичная ситуация и в отношении Вьетнамской республики, тоже понятно почему, и тоже аналогичным образом построено сотрудничество, и результатом этого сотрудничества является просто выдающееся издание вышедшие и на русском, и на вьетнамском языке, посвященные таким острым темам, которые сыграли огромную роль в глобальном мире, как индокитайские войны. Я имею в виду Первую индокитайскую войну 50-х годов и Парижскую конференцию, и вот Вторую войну, это уже войну с участием американцев. Потому что все ведущие игроки мира были участниками этих событий и этих конференций. Ничто, еще раз говорю, под этим миром не вечно, и, так сказать, повторяются очень многие вещи. Вот там в издании такие все сделаны. Надеюсь, что мы, начав с тех совместных проектов, о которых договорились вчера с нашими индонезийскими коллегами, посвященным 75-летию дипломатических отношений, установлений между нашими странами, и Бандунгу, мы, конечно, и сможем в дальнейшем и выйти на более серьезные совместные проекты. Что касается вообще истории взаимоотношений между нашими странами, то, конечно, она богатая. Та выставка, которую перед нашим конференц-залом при любезном содействии нашего посольства в Джакарте здесь развернули, она показывает, что у нас было свое золотое десятилетие отношений. Вы видите совсем немного из фотографий, которые характеризуют те события, произошедшие в 50-е, первой половине 60-х годов. Сейчас, надеюсь, наступает новое десятилетие, а может быть и уже на многие десятилетия, тех отношений, которые позволят нам реанимировать и укрепить наше сотрудничество. Я еще раз благодарю всех участников за то, что мы получили такую возможность прекрасно встретиться и обсудить сложнейшие вопросы истории взаимоотношений со взглядом в будущее. И надеюсь, что сегодняшний день будет не менее продуктивен, чем вчерашний. Спасибо.
Thank you very much, Mr. Artisol. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Imam Gunarto, Acting Head of the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia, to the stage and delivering his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Excellency Mr. Andre Artisov, Head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, Excellency Mr. Andrei Bistritsky, Chairman of the Board of the Foundation for Development and Support of the FALDE Discussion Club, Your Excellency Ambassador Sergei Tolchenov, Ambassador of the Russian Federation of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Winardi Hanafi Luki, thank you very much, Pa. And I would like to introduce special guest here, Ms. Rike Diapitaloka. Please stand up here. Please big applause to Ms. Rike. She's ambassador of Indonesian Archive. I think the only one in the world, the archive institution have the ambassador. She's also the member of Parliament of Indonesia, and many titles for her. So thank you very much for coming here, Madam. Distinguished speaker and presenter, scientists from Russia, Indonesia, China, and India. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is an honor and great pleasure for me and the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia to host this prominent international seminar in collaboration with the Federal Archive Agency of the Russian Federation and the FALDE Discussion Club. Therefore, I would like to deliver my highest gratitude to the Federal Archive Agency, to FALDE Discussion Club, to Embassy of Russian Federation to Republic Indonesia, thank you very much, Pak Sarje, for your supporting, many support from the embassy. From Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesian Embassy in Moscow, provincial governments of Jakarta, thank you Pak Firman, domestic and international expert, joint organizing committee, and every party who supported the success of this event. This bilateral cooperation in the field of archive between Indonesia and Russia has been officially started with the signing of Memorandum of Cooperation between National Archive of Indonesia and Russia in 2016 in Sochi, Russia, like Mr. Artisov said before. Therefore, thereafter, we have conducted several activities, including the joint exhibition and exchange of information about the archival data in both of countries. We also conducted several visits and communication like a close friends. For Indonesia, Russia is always a strategic partner in the term of the archive. Many activities could be conducted to build a better world. Therefore, the international seminar with theme Indonesia-Russia from the past to the future, the historical and geopolitical perspective, I hope shall become a key step toward build the better partnership among both nation and archival community in a better Indonesia and Russia, and become the basis of the larger and stronger cooperation of both countries. Today, as we know, archives are greatly influenced by the pressing flow of the globalization. Information is about anything, from anywhere, and at any time, can penetrate even the deepest and most hidden chambers. We seem unlike to breathe. We seem unable to breathe, flooded with information that continue to produce, reproduce, and fabricated by the capitalism. Our interests and desire are detected by the social engineering in international capitalism business. In such situation, instead of intellectual darkness, we greatly need those who bring enlightenment and who become a guiding light to lead us to better future. Therefore, in my opinion, for us, it is better to light a candle than the curse of the darkness. Distinguished experts from Indonesia and abroad who will become speaker, delegates, and all participants who present in this conference are two illuminators of life, candle of the light of thought who bridge the past, present, and future. I greatly hope that what you did today shall become an act of worship and worthy kindness. So in the end, I would like to deliver my sincere gratitude to all of the members of the committee and every institution which involved in this conference. Let we start this international seminar with the word of basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gunarto. Please remain on stage. Mohon untuk tetap berada di tempat. Ladies and gentlemen, for group photo session, I would kindly invite on stage once again Mr. Sergei Tolchenov, Mr. Andrei Artizov, Mr. Winarji Hanafiluki, and Mr. Andrei Bistritsky to join the photo session. And we kindly invite all of our media partners to capture photographs. Ibu Rika, mohon izin Bu Rika untuk bisa dapat bergabung. Kepada teman-teman media untuk dapat mengabadikan grup foto dari depan panggung, kami persilakan. Untuk teman-teman media, kalau sudah dapat difoto mungkin dapat dipandu dengan hitung mundur. Baik, cukup. Terima kasih teman-teman media. Thank you all your excellencies. Now I would like to invite all the excellencies to come to the foyer of Sumba Room for the media doorstop. Thank you. To all distinguished participants, we would like to ask for a moment to prepare for the next session. Thank you very much. Historical perspective on the bilateral relations between Indonesia and Russia. I kindly invite on stage Senior Lecturer in International Relations, Faculty of Social Sciences, Indonesian International Islamic University, Mr. Muhammad Faisal Karim, moderator for this session.
Okay, shall we start? Okay, good morning everyone, distinguished guests, members of the media, as well as esteemed participants. It was really interesting as well as a very pleasure for me to welcome you all to this important discussion organized by Valdai Discussion Club in collaboration with the RCIP National Indonesia. My name is Moh Faisal Karim. I'm a senior lecturer in international relations at Universitas Islam International Indonesia. And today, we do hope we can gather to talk about historical perspective of Indonesia-Russia relations. So basically, the relationship has been spanned for over centuries, you know, from the early days of exchange of scientific discovery during the colonial period, all the way to a close relationship during the Soviet era, until the post-Soviet revival of ties between Indonesia and Russia. It has a long history and a very rich interaction, despite the seemingly different region in terms of geography. Today, we do hope we can gather to explore this historical perspective, specifically on the collaboration between archives between Indonesia and Russia. So, archive basically is a gatekeeper of historical memories, right? And this gives us an opportunity to basically unpack the nuance of relationship between Indonesia and Russia. For instance, through archive, we can look at the pattern, at the history, to see whether our future cooperation can sustain, or perhaps we can look at how historical memory, historical archive can shape the way the political ties between Indonesia and Russia nowadays evolving. So, without further ado, this morning we have a list of speakers within the panel that is so relevant for today's discussion. Today, the first speaker that we're going to discuss is going to be Mr. Andrei Artizov. Pa Andrei, you here? So, other than Pa Andrei Artizov, there will be Pa Jose Tavares, Indonesian ambassador to Russian Federation. He's joining us online. The third speaker will be Pa Oleg Barabanov, program director of Valdai Discussion Club. And last but not least, we have the only woman on the panel, saving us from what's often called as MANL, all men's panel, Ibu Rike Diah Pitaloka, a well-renowned cultural figures and distinguished member of the Indonesian Parliament. So we do hope all of you can join me on stage. Thank you. So given the first speaker is not yet in the room, so I would like to call upon Pa Jose. Pa Jose is already online?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Pa Jose, as an Indonesian ambassador to Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus, please tell us about your perspective on how historical ties and historical memories between Indonesia and Russia. Oh, sorry, it seems that Pa Andre is on the room now, so apologize, Pa Jose, you're gonna be the second speaker, right? So the first speaker will be Pa Andrei Artizov, right? As we already know, Pa Andrei is the head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation. For the first session, Pa Andre will discuss the evolution of Russia's archival systems, right? Emphasizing in its role in how to create the so-called historical memory, and more importantly, how this historical memory can enhance international cooperation with other countries, especially Indonesia. So, Pa Andre, the floor is yours.
Я сразу хочу внести ясность. Думаю, что рассказывать участникам сегодняшнего семинара о архивной системе России, о том, какие у нас достижения, какие проблемы, что происходит в развитии материально-технической базы, в технологий, ну, это, наверное, не совсем точно, тем более, что вчера целый день я провел в Национальном архиве Индонезии. Там был собран весь руководящий состав, офицеры и генералы архивной службы Индонезии, и у меня была такая возможность спокойно рассказать и ответить на эти вопросы индонезийским друзьям. Поэтому я выступлю немножечко на другую тему, на тему советско-индонезийских отношений вот в то самое золотое десятилетие, о котором сегодня уже упоминалось, и тем более, что мой второй коллега, директор архива социально-политической истории, из-за того, что заболел, не приехал, а вот он должен был, Петр Скороспелов, выступать на сегодняшней сессии, и я его текст, я помогал ему этот текст готовить, озвучил. Итак, собственно говоря, что говорят нам архивные документы и какие можно сделать выводы, это уж вы сами будете делать эти выводы из вот тех событий и фактов, которые имели место быть в советско-индонезийских отношениях 50-х, середины 60-х годов. Это взгляд из прошлого, а уж экстраполируйте его на сегодня и на будущее. Отношения с Индонезией в советский период истории России во многом табула раса отечественной исторической науки. Мы не можем гордиться тем, что у нас серьезные большие работы по этим сюжетам. Приятным, правда, исключением является работа Ефимовой, преподавателем ГИМО, посвященные отношениям вот с Индонезией как раз в первые годы после установления независимости. То есть вот эти годы периода расцвета советско-индонезийских отношений. Интерес к Индонезии возник в СССР в последние годы жизни Сталина на волне того глобального разворота на восток. Аналогии делайте с сегодняшним днем. После победы революции в Китае в 1949 году. Как считал Сталин, это цитата из одного из выступлений, на Дальнем Востоке возникла революционная ситуация. Сталин активно интересовался ситуацией в Тихоокеанском регионе, в Индии, в Бирме и, конечно, в Индонезии. Не секрет, что он встречался с тогдашним лидером индонезийских коммунистов Айдитом. Эта встреча зафиксирована в журнале, значит, лиц, который посещал Сталина в январе 1953 года. Ну и, конечно, он интересовался программными установками индонезийской компартии, прежде всего в контексте антиимпериалистической борьбы и возможных аграрных преобразований в этой стране. Уже после смерти Сталина, ставший у руля Советского Союза, ну, сначала было так называемое коллективное руководство, ну а потом фактически единоличный лидер, это Хрущев, он в полной мере воспринял наметившийся интерес к глобальному югу, при этом серьезно расширив географический охват советской политики, подводя под нее уже и серьезную материальную базу под эту реализацию этой политики. После Бандунской конференции, которая состоялась, мы сегодня о ней уже говорили, вот даже на пресс-подходе основные вопросы были связаны с духом Бандунга и с тем, что, значит, здесь произошло на острове Ява. Так вот, она состоялась в апреле 1955 года в Индонезии, собрала представителей 29 стран Азии и Африки, в которых на тот момент проживала четверть населения мира. Так вот, по совету китайских друзей, президиум ЦК, ну это так называлось тогда, Политбюро ЦК, обратил внимание на новые формирующиеся центры силы в Азии. И говоря о том, что Китай, так же как Пекин, так же как и Москва, признает большое значение Бандунской конференции, Мао Цзэдун еще в январе 1955 года писал советскому послу, цитата, что Индия, Индонезия, Бирма, то есть наиболее крупные азиатские государства занимают самостоятельные позиции, не хотят американского господства в их странах, и что в результате не только положение США, но и положение Англии на Востоке серьезно подорвано и ослаблено. Конец цитаты. В декабре 1955 года советская правительственная делегация во главе с Хрущевым и Булганиным посетила Индию, Бирму и Афганистан. И особая значимость этой замечательной поездки, по мнению Ивана Майского, тогдашнего одного из главных разработчиков советской концепции послевоенного мирового устройства и бывшего заместителя министра иностранных дел СССР, бывшего знаменитого посла нашей страны в Лондоне в годы Второй мировой войны. Так вот, придало то обстоятельство этой поездки, что ближайший этап борьбы за мировое господство пройдет через освобождение колониальных и полуколониальных народов от империалистической эксплуатации, как он это писал. И в личном письме Хрущеву и Булганину тогда же, по результатам этой поездки, он писал, что в Азии, Африке, Латинской и Америке почва для такой борьбы наиболее благоприятна, чем в Европе и в США. По результатам поездки Президиум ЦК принял решение о готовности Советского Союза оказать помощь в индустриализации стран Азии, Африки, Латинской Америки. И это послужило началом, это решение быстрого увеличения экономического и технического содействия со стороны Советского Союза этим странам. Концептуальные подходы, направленные на расширение и укрепление связи СССР со странами Азии и Африки, разрабатывались в МИЗе при активном участии тогдашнего министра иностранных дел Дмитрия Шипилова. В январе 1957 года ему на стол лег специальный такой справочный материал, в котором наряду с мероприятиями политического характера содержались и предложения по развитию экономических связей СССР с новыми независимыми государствами третьего мира. В том числе предлагалось, начиная с 1957 года, помогать экономическому развитию этих стран за счет бюджета СССР, используя для этой цели часть средств, высвобождаемых на нужды мирного строительства в результате сокращения военных расходов Советского Союза. Согласно принятым тогда же решениям, общий объем экономической и технической помощи, а также военные поставки развивающимся странам мира почти удвоились в период между 1957 и 1958 годами, а в 1961 году утроились по сравнению с уровнем 1958 года. Достигнув цифру, в тогдашних рублях 2,5 миллиарда рублей по тогдашнему курсу. Значит, а в 1965 году эта цифра уже была 3,8 миллиарда рублей сопоставимых полисов. Почти 65% экономической помощи СССР развивающимся странам шло на цели обороны и примерно 35% на цели развития экономики. Помощь Советского Союза шла главным образом на строительство комплектных промышленных объектов с целью создания новых отраслей промышленности в этих странах. Черная металлургия, машиностроение, металлообработка. К 1965 году объем советской экономической и военной помощи развивающимся странам составлял примерно 0,5 национального дохода Советского Союза. А помощь всем зарубежным странам, включая социалистические, около 1%. Это примерно сопоставимо с теми цифрами, которые тогда реализовывал в плане помощи Соединенные Штаты Америки. Ну, такая богатая страна, как Советский Союз, со среднегодовыми темпами роста национального дохода в 10% в год, могла себе позволить такие щедрые подарки. Почти 90% всех предоставляемых развивающимся странам кредитов было выделено ограниченному количеству стран. Главными получателями советской помощи были, смотрите, почти дословно страны-организаторы Бандунга. Египет, Индия, Индонезия. 65% всех предоставленных кредитов шли. А затем шли Афганистан, Алжир, Ирак и Сирия.
And after that, Afghanistan and Syria. And if the capitalist countries exported the raw materials, and for these countries, they prepare the industrial machinery. And for the cooperation, Indonesia and Soviet Union, it was started in 1953 during the memorandum of understanding. Memorandum of understanding of these two countries was signed. It was about the memorandum of understanding was about the development of the joint project in Jakarta. The approach from the side of Soviet Union to Indonesia by calculating the economic condition of Indonesia to the world, and what was sent from Indonesia to Soviet Union was oil, spice, coffee, and from Russia to Indonesia was machines, tractors, cars, and also sulfate, cement, fertilizer, textiles, and etc. And in this discussions agreement, the Soviet Union signed agreement on support for building a dam, and also of the electricity power, and Soviet Union also was ready to offer some credits, funding for Indonesia for the development. And it was concluded that at that time, during the 1950s, Soviet Union became involved actively in developing Indonesia. And this support influenced greatly to Indonesian development as a whole. And also during the Indonesian downfall, so it was the Soviet Union who helped Indonesia to make it better. So one of the support that Indonesia received from the outside country was from Soviet Union. One of the thing is to develop economy development. Actually, there are so many involvement in Russia, but I don't want to read them one by one. Actually, one of the support is that the stadiums and the steel factory and the aluminium factory, and also agriculture sites. So it was all the implementation of the memorandum of understanding signed by the two countries, and the partnership relationship between Moscow and Jakarta. We always see that Indonesia as our potential partner, which have a sovereignty according to since the Sukarno's era, and we have so many proofs, videos. As a present, I would like to give this to Indonesia colleague. And so it's obviously clear that we can see by ourselves that we respect each other, we support each other since a very old time.
Контактами по государственной линии.
And we do not
В определенном смысле можно даже говорить, что были какие-то такие.
We do not try to involve in domestic affairs, but we support from the point of view of the outside countries. And since 1961, Sukarno visited Soviet Union together with Subandrio. They visited Soviet Union to Moscow, and during their visit, there were also some signing of partnership and agreement, and also there was also a representative from the Soviet Unions to support for the sovereignty of Indonesia. And it was also a big theme and a serious theme, that the influence of the Soviet Union indeed really big. So I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much.
Mind, you have like 10 minutes to share your remarks. But Jose, the floor is yours.
Good morning from Moscow, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Pa Faisal.
You're still muted, Pa Jose.
Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now clearly. Go ahead, Pa Jose.
Oh, very good. Thank you very much. Good morning from Moscow. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the co-organizer of this seminar, distinguished speakers and participants, talking about historical perspective on the bilateral relations between Indonesia and Russia. It is worth noting certain occurrences that left significant marks in the history of the two countries. Let me point out several occurrences. So in 1873, so in 19th century, the Russian explorer from St. Petersburg, Nikolai Maklay, conducted an expedition to the east, mainly to Papua, visited Batavia, Bogor, and Maklay came out with his anthropological notes on the Papuan New Guinea And he also was appointed as a corresponding member of the Netherlands Indies Royal Society for Natural History at the time in Batavia. So 2 decades later, the Prince Nikolai Romanov conducted an expedition to the east. It was in 1891 that he reached Batavia, visited Bogor, Garut, Bandung, enjoying the cultural performances and local orchestra. Now, upon his return to Moscow, he appointed Modest Bakunin as the first consul of Russia to Batavia. Modest Bakunin in 1902 published a book, The Netherlands Tropica, 5 Years in Java, which was a rare reference on Indonesia at the time. It is worth noting that Russians came to our part of the world, to the islands of Nusantara, in good faith. They came as visitors, explorers, scientists, and not as occupiers or colonizers. So this is very important. They came as visitors, as explorers and scientists, not as colonizers. Now, after the proclamation of independence, as already been mentioned by the previous speakers, Indonesia sought the support from the Soviet Union to deter foreign aggression and for attaining international recognition of the newly proclaimed republic. The USSR's position of principle was against the Dutch claims to restore domination in Indonesia. So the Soviet Union was ready to support the struggle of the newly born republic against Dutch colonization, Dutch colonialism. Now, it is understood that at the time, it was the beginning of the Cold War, where the Soviet Union was interested in diminishing Western influence in Asia and Africa. And of course, as already been mentioned, that of course, the Soviet Union supported many countries besides Indonesia. Now, the first president of Indonesia, Sukarno, established good relations with the premier Nikita Khrushchev. Russia has assisted Indonesia diplomatically, including through the United Nations. We can see in many passages of the history that Russia, in this case, the then Soviet Union, really defend Indonesia at the time in the United Nations. Russia provided the very much needed military assistance and equipment to Indonesia. Various development projects and landmarks were built by the Russians, including the Gelora Bung Karno Stadium, Krakatau Steel Hospital, Persahabatan, and many others. So, as the East-West rivalry of the Cold War raged on, Indonesia became an arena for the struggle for supremacy between the USSR and Western powers in a newly proclaimed state, whose allegiance actually avidly sought by both sides. This is a fact that the Republic was in the situation, was proclaimed in the situation where there was a beginning of the Cold War. So we were sought by both sides the allegiance to those countries. Now, during the New Order era, Orde Baru, the relationship between Indonesia and the Soviet Union had become somewhat frail, primarily due to the communist ideology of the Soviet Union, as a contrast to the anti-communist stance of the government of Indonesia. However, a new page of bilateral relations emerged after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, where almost all Indonesian presidents visited Russia to foster good relationship. Since then, bilateral relations has been reinvigorated and cooperation has flourished, encompassing a wide range of areas: trade, investment, tourism, socio-cultural, education, and people-to-people contact. Now, we continue to look to Russia for some of the excellent practices, I might say, in which several of them were created during the time of the USSR, such as free healthcare, free education, and entertainment for its people. My experience as a career diplomat, I can say to you that the healthcare is perhaps one of the best in the world that now we are experiencing here in Russia, as well as the free education provided for the Russian people. By the way, Indonesian students also has already been mentioned by the ambassador of Russia to Indonesia, that we have about 800 perhaps come and go as students are finishing their studies. So there's about 800 Indonesian students here under the scholarship of the Russian government. Now I want to go back a little bit. However, there are also less favorable aspects of the USSR governance that discouraged Indonesia in the past from collaborating closely with the Soviet Union, such as the policies of mass repression and forced labor against its own people, as very well documented in the Gulag History Museum. So the Gulag Museum actually serves as a stark reminder of the brutality suffered by the Russian people and to prevent similar events from occurring in the future. So they themselves acknowledge at the time of the suffering caused by the Soviet Union. So they don't hide this. They teach to the young generation what happens in the past, so that this kind of brutality does not repeat in the future. So there is a learning of the story of the Russian people themselves, of their past. So President Vladimir Putin, for example, as quoted by Chris Miller in the book Putinomics, he mentioned that communism and the power of the Soviets did not make Russia a prosperous country. Its main legacy was dooming Russia to lagging behind economically advanced countries. Now, the collapse of the Soviet Union, he continued, was the greatest catastrophe of the century. Who does not mean the Soviet Union has no heart, but whoever wants it back has no brain. That's President Putin's words. So I end my quote on what he said. So historical memories, to a certain extent, influence bilateral politics, both in a way or another. Russia has helped Indonesia diplomatically and militarily in our struggle for independence, and also provided assistance in building many infrastructure developments in our country. This leaves a legacy and positive sense of friendship of an old friend with whom one can build a mutually beneficial present and future together. So we may say we are actually all friends in a new era. On the downside, however, the Indonesian community in general has been slow to realize that the Russian Federation is no longer a communist state. Sadly, there is still this kind of misperception about Russia. So Russia actually is not a communist country for more than 30 years already. Come on. So the Russian Federation is one of the 15 sovereign states that emerged after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now it has 14 political parties that engage in free elections periodically, and the current ruling party is the United Russia Party. There are a communist party, but they are in the parliament as an opposition. Many Indonesian in almost all strata of the society, I must say, this is my observation, I hope that I'm wrong, sadly continues to view the Russian Federation with all lens as a communist Soviet. And this has further exacerbated by the Hollywood effect, which often depicts Russia as a bad guy. You see, this is really a perception created, as already been mentioned by the head of the archives, Indonesian archives that we have overwhelming information nowadays, that have a lot of narratives based on the competing, very often competing interests. And this is a kind of perception created that Russia is a bad guy, which in my view here, I think the Russian people are very friendly, very kind people. Another misperception is that Russia is an atheist society, which is far from the fact that Russia is a very religious society, embracing many religions that freely observe their faiths and beliefs. That you have to know that Russia is a Christian Orthodox majority country, nearly, I think, is about 100 million. And the second largest religion in this country, in Russia, is Muslim, is Islam. 25 million people, and they are Russians. They are not immigrants. It's very impressive what kind of religious society Russia is. Now, to conclude, I am confident that both countries can gain from people-to-people contact, social-cultural promotions, to foster mutual understanding and bridging bilateral collaboration that fit both their respective and collective needs in a world mired with conflicts and animosity. So thank you very much. This is my short remarks. I can't hear you, Pa.
To be in favor of Russia. Some people say it's because of anti-Western of Indonesian toward the West, but it seems to me that it's more about how relationship has been built up, and it's a mutually beneficial, and more importantly, Russia has been seen as a European great power that come not as a colonizer, but more as an explorer and scientist. I think that would be interesting to see how the psychic or historical memories shape the way how Indonesia view the political, geopolitical issue. Now we're moving forward to Pak Oleg. Pak Oleg, probably you may want to share with us to what extent the current geopolitical issue might be shaped by historical ties between Indonesia and Russia and vice versa. The floor is yours, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like first of all to express my gratitude to the National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia. Yeah. Okay. And first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia, personally to Mr. Imam Gunarto for all the support to organizing this conference. Thank you very much indeed. It's very useful event. And we also now speak on a very important topic, maybe unusual topic, how to link history with current politics, with current international affairs. Because I'm graduated as a historian of the Middle Ages. And then in my biography, I passed from history to contemporary international relations. And I've seen how differently the professionals in these two spheres, history and politics, history and international relations, see the world. How different is their methodology, first of all. Because in history, we have the documentary or archaeological sources as the main base for our research. We go to archives, we go to the libraries to see the documents, and on the base of documentary and archaeological and so on sources, we build our research in a good positivist way, let's say. In political research, in political sciences, and in international relations research, we do the opposite. We start not from the source, we start not from the document, but we start from a theory. On a theory we construct a kind of hypothesis, and on the base of hypothesis we analyze the documents. if the documents confirm the hypothesis, that's good. If the documents don't confirm our hypothesis, it's not good, but not for me, not for my research, but for the documents. And in that sense, the political concepts, the political preconditions put a barrier, a kind of barrier for objective, positive study of historical document, meaning not only medieval history or history of the 50s or 60s, but the current history as well. And our meetings, it's not, for me, it's not only the bilateral meeting in the sense of Russia and Indonesia, but bilateral also in the sense of historians and politicians. Because history is, could be a real key for us to how to go for the future. The chairman of the Valdai, Mr. Bystritsky, already mentioned at the opening session that we must find a kind of navigation chart in the waters of the current world. And history could help us in this. But also it's very important to say that history and historical memory could be also weaponized. We are saying about weaponization of economy, we are saying about weaponization of dollars, weaponizations of other economic and financial things. But historical memory, the policy of historical memory and the concepts of historical memory could also be a kind of a weapon, maybe spiritual weapon, but very efficient weapon. And I totally agree with His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia in Russia, that that Hollywood-style portrait that Russia is always a bad guy could influence and is influencing, unfortunately, the perception of Russia in the world. And that is why one of the research tasks of the Valdai Discussion Club was to focus on historical memory policy. And we organized a series of events, a series of publications on the historical memory and how important it is for us now. And just a few days before the start of our conference now, exactly on September 11, I've published a short article at the website of the Valdai, both in English and in Russian, explaining the work of our club on historical memory policy. And there are many links to other publications, other Valdai publications on history and historical memory. Because we studied it extensively, both in a theoretical way, how to link historical memory, how to better use historical memory to analyzing politics, maybe to giving recommendations to politicians of today. And for concrete events, for example, we had several articles on historical memory between Russia and China, between Russia and Mongolia, between Russia, Vietnam, many articles on Russia-Africa relations and the Soviet heritage there. Also, we had a whole series of articles dedicated to the Second World War and the historical memory on that war and how it is used now. And it is also very important for me to say that the policy of historical memory is deeply connected to the current political values in Russia. Because officially the president of Russia very often uses the historical examples, and he himself published a series of articles on historical memory, on how the president sees the history of Russia and its neighbors and so on. And for example, also in our, let's say, semi-official concept of the state civilizations or civilizational state that the president uses for explaining the uniqueness of Russia, the specificity of Russia today, the historical basis are very, very important for that. And also, history is linked to values, because what we see now is the growing interest, both in politics and in the public opinion, to the values. How we can formulate the values, and what are the values for each society? Is it also in black and white, in a Hollywood style, I repeat, that there are a set of good values for good guys and a set of so-called bad values for bad guys, and bad guys definitely are Russia and China and so on, we can propose the opposite approach, that there are no set of universal values for everybody, that each country, each society, based on their exactly historical tradition, based on their historical heritage, could and should formulate their own set of values, closely connected to national culture, closely connected to national identity, and so on. And I'm finishing, and maybe my last point, I already elaborated it in my article on the Valde website on September 11, that the specificity of the historical memory between Russia and Indonesia. Because for many countries of the global south, we had in the Soviet time, let's say, the uninterrupted history of our relations. It's with many countries of Africa, it's with Vietnam, with India, and so on, that there are positive relations between the Soviet Union and those countries were continuing for the whole period, starting from their independence until 91, and then they were transformed into already current relations between Russia and those countries.
Okay.
And Indonesia, we have the opposite thing, because we have, as the Mr. Artizov rightly said, the golden decade of our relations between 55 and 65, and then we have an almost total break of relations. It's deeply connected to the domestic events in Indonesia, the September 30 movement, the so-called rebellion of the communists, and so on. I visited the monument to the fallen generals on the outskirts of Jakarta, and I visited the museum connected to that event there with the very strong anti-communist ideology. And in that sense, it's very important what the Indonesian ambassador said now, that Russia is no more a communist country. And in our domestic values, as officially proclaimed from the president, we are for the most part also a kind of an anti-communist country. Okay. And what gives the specificity of our relations is that break of 65 and its conceptions, perceptions, and maybe misperceptions to linking the global communism to Russia.
Okay, thank you, Pak Oleg. We learned from Pak Oleg, right? U.S. has soft power in Hollywood. Soviet Union or Russia has a historical memory, and this historical memory is a powerful tool to create a greater cooperation in the future. The problem is, to what extent we can use this historical narrative or memory to be used for the next cooperation between Indonesia and Russia. Now, the last but not the least presenter will be Ibu Rike. Ibu Rike will provide kind of a general overview and remarks regarding history between Indonesia and Russia. Bu Rike, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih moderator. Kayaknya stres semua ini ya. Semangat dan tepuk tangan untuk acara yang luar biasa ini. Yang saya hormati sahabat-sahabat Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia, yang saya hormati sahabat-sahabat dari Arsip Nasional Russia, dan juga perwakilan pemerintahan kedua negara yang hadir, para akademisi, para arsiparis, dan seluruh rakyat Indonesia yang menonton, juga perwakilan dari beberapa negara, China, India, dan beberapa negara Asia yang hadir secara online maupun secara offline. Karena saya adalah pembicara terakhir dan juga satu-satunya pembicara perempuan, untuk memberikan support juga bagi arsiparis di seluruh Indonesia, perkenankan saya akan berbicara di podium. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan rahayu. Sekali lagi perkenalkan, saya Rike Diah Pitaloka, Duta Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia, dan dalam acara berharga ini saya mendapatkan tugas dari Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia menyampaikan sekilas sejarah perjalanan persahabatan Indonesia-Rusia yang tersimpan di Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia yang nanti akan ditayangkan juga dalam bentuk PowerPoint. Saudara-saudara, Nusantara telah dikenal oleh bangsa Rusia sejak lama. Seorang saudagar Rusia dari kota Tver, Afanasy Nikitin, dalam catatan perjalanannya, perjalanan melampaui 3 laut 1466-1472, menyebutkan sebuah negeri yang misterius di Asia Tenggara dengan sebutan Sabot. Menurut para ahli sejarah diduga sebagai kerajaan di Indonesia yang terletak di Pulau Sumatera. Sastrawan Ivan Alexandrovich Ganfrov dalam Frigate Palada mengisahkan perjalanannya ke Inggris, Afrika, Jepang hingga kembali ke Rusia. Perjalanan dimulai dari Saint Petersburg pada tahun 1852. Dalam perjalanannya ia dan awak kapal Palada mengunjungi Jawa, Manila, Shanghai, Singapura, dan Hong Kong. Dari Jepang mereka berlabuh di Korea sebelum akhirnya kembali ke perairan Rusia. Tempat Gonkarov turun untuk memulai perjalanan panjang melintasi Siberia. Ia menyebut Pulau Jawa sebagai suatu tempat yang terindah di dunia. Hubungan Indonesia-Rusia. Selanjutnya perkenankan saya bagi dalam beberapa fase yang diawali pada masa Hindia Belanda. Fase pertama, kunjungan Sarevik dan pembukaan hubungan diplomatik masa Hindia Belanda. 1890-1891. Sarevik Nicholas Alexandrovich calon Tsar Nicholas II melakukan perjalanan panjang mengelilingi Eropa dan Asia dengan kapal Memory of Azov. Maret 1891 ia tiba di Jawa setelah sebelumnya mengunjungi Singapura dan Sri Lanka. Persinggahannya ke Jawa terekam dalam arsip Algemene Sekretari seri Grote Bundel Besluit nomor 17 yang berjudul The Brief van ZKH Nicholas Alexandrovich Grootvorst Throne of Volker van Rusland in Maart 1891 yang tersimpan di Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia. Pada 1894, Kekaisaran Rusia membuka konsulat di Batavia dan mengangkat Modest Modestovich Bakunin sebagai konsul. Ia menjabat hingga 1899. Sekembalinya dari Hindia Belanda, Bakunin menerbitkan catatan pengalaman dan observasinya selama menjadi konsul dalam Tropical Holland, 5 years on the islands of Java. Fase kedua, saudara-saudara, adalah dukungan Uni Soviet terhadap kemerdekaan Indonesia. Uni Soviet termasuk negara yang mengecam segala bentuk kolonialisme. Uni Soviet pun merupakan salah satu negara yang mendukung dan menyambut baik lahirnya Indonesia sebagai negara merdeka. Pada pertemuan Dewan Keamanan PBB di London 21 Januari 1946, delegasi Uni Soviet mengangkat masalah keadaan di Indonesia dan mengecam agresi militer Belanda. Uni Soviet menganggap agresi tersebut mengancam perdamaian dan keamanan dunia. Karena itu menghimbau Dewan Keamanan PBB untuk melakukan langkah-langkah hentikan agresi militer Belanda. Presiden Soekarno pada rapat kabinet 1 Mei 1946 di Yogyakarta menyampaikan bahwa pemerintah Indonesia siap menjalin hubungan dengan Uni Soviet dan mendirikan perwakilan masing-masing di Jakarta dan Moskow. Untuk memperjuangkan Indonesia di wilayah Eropa Timur, wakil Indonesia di Praha, Suripno, mendapat surat mandat yang ditandatangani Presiden Soekarno Desember 1947. Ia mewakili pemerintah Indonesia dalam melakukan perundingan dan menjalin hubungan persahabatan dengan negara-negara Eropa Timur dan Uni Soviet. Mei 1948, dilakukan perundingan antara Duta Besar Uni Soviet untuk Cekoslovakia, M. Silin dan Suripno. Keduanya menyepakati untuk menjalin hubungan kedua negara pada tingkat konsul. Persetujuan konsuler ditandatangani oleh Menteri Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia Haji Gus Salim. 25 Januari 19 Menteri Luar Negeri Uni Soviet Andrei Yanuaryevich menyampaikan secara tertulis kepada Perdana Menteri merangkap Menteri Luar Negeri Indonesia Muhammad Hatta bahwa Uni Soviet mengakui kemerdekaan dan kedaulatan Indonesia serta berkeinginan menjalin hubungan diplomatik dengan Indonesia. Saudara-saudara, fase ketiga, pembukaan hubungan diplomatik Indonesia-Uni Soviet. 21 Januari 1954, pemerintah Uni Soviet memberikan perjanjian kepada Dr. Subandrio sebagai Duta Besar Republik Indonesia di Moskow. Pada tanggal 13 April 1954, Subandrio menyerahkan surat-surat kepercayaan kepada Ketua Presidium Dewan Tertinggi di Uni Soviet, Voroshilov. 25 Mei 1954, pemerintah Indonesia menyampaikan persetujuan atas ditetapkannya Dmitri Alexandrovich Zhukov sebagai Duta Besar Uni Soviet di Jakarta, dan Zhukov tiba 14 September 1954. Hubungan Indonesia-Uni Soviet semakin erat, ditandai dengan kunjungan pemimpin kedua negara. Arsip sejarah mencatat, 28 Agustus hingga 12 September 56, Presiden Soekarno berkunjung ke Moskow. Mei 1957, Ketua Presidium Uni Soviet tertinggi K.Y. Voroshilov kunjung Indonesia. 1959, Presiden Soekarno kembali mengunjungi Uni Soviet. Februari 1960, Perdana Menteri Uni Soviet Nikita Khrushchev berkunjung ke Indonesia. Hadirin yang kami hormati, fase keempat, masa keemasan, PPT-nya mohon disesuaikan, masa keemasan hubungan diplomatik Indonesia-Uni Soviet. Hasil dari kunjungan dan komunikasi yang erat pimpinan kedua negara, Indonesia-Uni Soviet menghasilkan kerjasama yang produktif di berbagai bidang, baik politik, ekonomi, sosial, budaya, kemanusiaan, maupun militer. Pada Asian Games ketiga di Tokyo 1958, proposal pengajuan Indonesia sebagai tuan rumah Asian Games 62 diterima. Namun masalah yang kemudian muncul adalah kebutuhan dana yang sangat besar untuk membangun. Dengan diplomasi dan semangat persahabatan yang kuat, Indonesia mendapatkan bantuan dari Uni Soviet untuk membangun sarana dan prasarana dalam rangka penyelenggaraan Asian Games 1962. Salah satu bantuan yang diberikan oleh Uni Soviet adalah pembangunan Stadion Gelora Bung Karno Senayan Jakarta dengan desain atap temu gelang berkapasitas 100.000 orang, bisa dilihat. Dukungan dari Uni Soviet pun ditunjukkan oleh pemimpin Soviet Nikita Khrushchev yang mendukung gerakan anti-kolonialisme di Asia dan Afrika. Ia dengan cepat mengumumkan dukungannya terhadap Indonesia yang pada waktu itu sedang berupaya mendapatkan dukungan PBB terkait permasalahan Irian Barat. Arsip mencatat pula, dari akhir 1950-an hingga akhir masa kepemimpinan Soekarno 1966, Uni Soviet telah memasuk alutsista ke Indonesia berupa 1 kapal penjelajah, 14 kapal perusak, 8 kapal patroli anti kapal selam, 20 kapal rudal, beberapa kapal torpedo bermotor dan kapal meriam, kendaraan-kendaraan lapis baja dan amfibi, helikopter dan pesawat pengebom. Bantuan alutsista tersebut membuat Indonesia menjadi negara militer terkuat di belahan bumi selatan. Kekuatan militer ini yang akhirnya membuat Belanda takluk dan bersedia kembali ke meja perundingan. Kerjasama Indonesia-Uni Soviet dilakukan juga dalam bidang kesehatan, saudara-saudara. Tadi telah disebutkan beberapa kali. Kerjasama ditandai dengan pembangunan Rumah Sakit Umum Persahabatan Rawamangun, Jakarta Timur pada 1960, berjalan selama 1961, 3 tahun dipimpin langsung oleh para insinyur Soviet. Bantuan rumah sakit tersebut secara resmi diserahkan oleh pemerintah Soviet kepada pemerintah Indonesia 7 November 1963 bertepatan dengan peringatan 46 tahun Revolusi Oktober. Kerjasama dalam bidang ilmu pengetahuan antara Indonesia Uni Soviet pun dirintis kedua negara, terutama dalam riset keantariksaan. Tercatat dalam arsip negara, Presiden Soekarno bertemu beberapa kali dengan kosmonot kebanggaan Soviet, memperlihatkan ungkapan tersirat atas euforia penjelajahan luar angkasa era 1960-an, sekaligus menjadi bagian dari pondasi awal Indonesia dalam membangun riset dan teknologi antariksa. Januari 1962, kosmonot Jerman Titov datang ke Indonesia dan bertemu dengan Soekarno. Dilanjutkan kunjungan kosmonot Andrian Nikolaev dan istrinya Valentina Tereshkova serta Valery Birskovsky Januari 1963. Kerjasama keantariksaan Indonesia-Uni Soviet ditindaklanjuti Presiden Soekarno dengan menginstruksikan pembentukan Panitia Astrofisika tahun 62 yang dipimpin Perdana Menteri Insinyur Juanda dan R.J. Salatun. 27 November 1963 di Indonesia resmi berdiri Lembaga Penerbangan dan Antariksa Nasional 8 berdasarkan keputusan Presiden nomor 236 tahun 63. Saudara-saudara, fase kelima, kemunduran dan stagnasi diplomatik Indonesia-Uni Soviet. Pasca peristiwa 65 hubungan Indonesia-Uni Soviet meredup walaupun secara resmi masih memiliki hubungan diplomatik. Saat itu, pemerintah Orde Baru lebih mengutamakan kerjasama dengan negara-negara barat. Hal ini turut berimbas antara lain terhadap terbengkalainya alutsista asal Soviet karena terhentinya suplai suku cadang. Terobosan untuk memajukan kembali hubungan kedua negara ditandai dengan kunjungan Presiden Soeharto ke Uni Soviet 7-12 September 1989. Kunjungan tersebut menghasilkan penandatanganan pernyataan dasar-dasar hubungan persahabatan dan kerjasama antara Indonesia dengan Uni Republik Soviet Sosialis 11 September 1989. Hadirin yang saya muliakan, fase ke-6, membangun dan menguatkan kembali persahabatan Indonesia-Rusia. Ini adalah fase terakhir. Pasca reformasi 1998, hubungan dan kerjasama Indonesia dengan Rusia memasuki babak baru dan mengalami peningkatan yang signifikan, ditandai dengan kunjungan diplomatik kepala negara dan para pejabat pemerintahan kedua negara, serta sikap saling mendukung di forum internasional. Pertemuan antara Presiden Vladimir Putin dengan Presiden Megawati Soekarno Putri terjadi saat kunjungan Presiden Megawati ke Rusia 20-22 April 2003. Pertemuan keduanya menghasilkan Declaration of the Republic Indonesia and the Russian Federation on the framework of friendly and partnership relation in the 21st century. Pada kesempatan ini dilakukan pula kesepakatan pembelian pesawat tempur Sukhoi Su-27 dan Su-30 dengan imbal dagang berupa pengiriman komoditas dari Indonesia. Hubungan ekonomi Indonesia-Rusia terus berlanjut sampai saat ini. Tercatat hingga November 2023, angka perdagangan kedua negara mencapai kurang lebih 3,05 miliar dolar. Kemudian perdagangan bilateral Indonesia-Rusia antara lain berupa gandum, pupuk, CPO, dan karet alam. Sementara itu, realisasi investasi Rusia di Indonesia tahun 2023 mencapai 114,1 juta US dollar yang meliputi 3.965 proyek. Angka ini menempatkan Rusia sebagai investor ke-23 terbesar di Indonesia. Boleh tepuk tangan untuk kerjasama ekonomi kita. Di sisi lain, angka kunjungan warga Rusia hingga November 2023 mencapai 143.485 orang atau 1,38% dari total turis ke Indonesia yang berjumlah 10.409.411 orang. Turis Rusia menempati peringkat kelima turis Eropa terbanyak setelah Inggris, Jerman, Prancis, dan Belanda yang datang ke Indonesia. Hadirin yang kami muliakan, demikianlah sekilas perjalanan panjang persahabatan Indonesia-Rusia yang terekam dalam arsip sejarah. Perjalanan yang penuh dinamika dan indah. Seindah untayan kalimat persahabatan Presiden Soekarno pada saat mengantar kepulangan Presiden Uni Soviet Nikita Khrushchev di Bandara Kemayoran 1 Maret 1960. Bung Karno mengatakan, antara Moskow dan Jakarta terpisah jarak kurang lebih 10.000 km. Tetapi dengan teknik modern telah membuat jarak itu menjadi amat pendek. Lebih daripada itu, kata Bung Karno, cita-cita yang sama. Dengan adanya cita-cita yang sama, rasa simpati yang kuat, rasa cinta yang mendalam itu, maka kami rasakan jarak Moskow dan Jakarta menjadi dekat. Moga kita bertemu kembali. Hiduplah persahabatan Uni Soviet Indonesia. Hadirin yang kami hormati, akhir kata juga saya ingin menyampaikan. Hidupkanlah selalu persahabatan Indonesia-Rusia dalam cita-cita dan perjuangan yang sama untuk hentikan penjajahan di muka bumi dalam bentuk apapun. Dan kita punya satu tugas sejarah yang sama, kemerdekaan Palestina yang akan kita berjuangkan sampai benar-benar merdeka. Hidup dan hidupkanlah selalu persahabatan Indonesia-Rusia semata untuk cita-cita dan perjuangan yang sama, perjuangan yang selalu harus hidup untuk perdamaian abadi, keadilan, dan kesejahteraan sosial dunia. Terima kasih. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Honorable Ibu Rike Diah Pitaloka. Now we only have 5 minutes left for Q&A session. I apologize for that. So we're going to take only one question out of the audience. So please feel free for those who want to ask a question toward the speakers. Anyone? No? Enough? I think we're going to close the Q&A session, and the time is already off as well. So I might want to provide a concluding remarks for all of the speakers, insightful comments regarding historical ties between Indonesia and Russia. And one thing for sure is that the importance of historical memory should be shaped and alive, and how this historical memory can shape diplomatic, cultural, and political dialogue between Indonesia and Russia. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, in a world where history is often overlooked by technology, future-focused, driven progress, today's discussions serve as a powerful reminder for us that we need to step back and look at the history and look how the richness of our historical interaction might provide for us a plan for future, to envision a future collaboration and partnership. Thank you all for attention and participation, and special thanks again to our host, Valdai Discussion Club, and also Arsip Nasional Indonesia for organizing this such a lovely event. I hope today's dialogue encourage further collaboration between us, and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Faisal Karim for chairing the panel session and discussion, and once again thank you for all the speakers. Now for all the speakers of the first panel session, please come to the foyer of Sumba Room for the media doorstop. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking a break. You may have 10 minutes to enjoy the coffee break. While enjoying the coffee break, all of you are invited to come and see the exhibition held in front of this meeting room. And the coffee break is served in the foyer of Sunda C, left-hand side of this room. Thank you and good afternoon. ladies and gentlemen, please have your seat. We are about to continue our next agenda. Once again, please have your seat. We are about to continue our next agenda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or not yet. I'm glad to continue our extremely interesting conference and discussion. Logically, we move from the past to the present. Hopefully, at the end of this session, we will be able to even look into the future, but at least for now, we will try to assess what is happening today, not just in the relationship between Russia and Indonesia, which is the main unit, the main element of our discussion, but any bilateral relationship nowadays cannot be separated from the international context, which is extremely interesting, sometimes exciting, sometimes terrifying, but again, no one can try or pretend to be out of this context. So the international affairs, in general, the global agenda, which is rapidly changing, has enormous impact on any country and, of course, any bilateral, trilateral, multilateral relationships we can imagine nowadays. World is changing pretty unpredictably, and the main, the most specific element of this change is slightly controversial. On the one hand, we see increasing competition, rivalry, sometimes even military standoffs between major powers or middle powers, actually any powers. And that has an impact on the environment which we used to see as a global one, the comprehensive one. At the same time, we see that despite all these skirmishes and troubles and controversies, the world is still very much interconnected. And nothing, no controversy can change this situation and this phenomenon. In our country, Russia, we experience this in a very clear way. Conflict with the West, which we entered into a couple of years ago, generated an attempt by the Western countries, the United States and their allies, to isolate Russia, to kick off Russia from the international arena, in particular from the economic stage. It failed because it's impossible. We see that despite all geopolitical problems, Russia remains part of the international environment, and even more, the interaction with other countries increases, including, to some extent, relationship with the West, which are politically non-existing at this point, but economically we see still now that the relationship does exist, and even sometimes hiddenly and secretly increases. That's the phenomenon of today's world. We cannot be simplistic in describing it. Russia and Indonesia are two very important players. We just discussed how successful our relationship was several decades ago, and I would emphasize that that period, to some extent, was not similar, but had something in common with today's situation. It's not an accident that Bandung Spirit and Bandung Conference in 1950s manifested growing wish of many important countries to be non-partisan, to be independent in all regards, to base their actions on national interest. And what we see now is, from my point of view, something similar, that a big majority of international actors, the so-called global south, global east, whatever, how you call it. In Russia, we use now the term world majority, because this is a majority of the world. So they don't want to be part of controversies. They don't want bloc-based politics. And to some extent, we are back to the ideas, spirit of the Bandung Conference. Of course, we cannot just extrapolate that period on today, but we should learn from that period what we can do in such an unusual international situation. I can also say that the Valdai Club, which prepares annual reports on the state of international affairs, the next report will be presented in November. So we try to identify the most important trends in international relations. And this year, we will pay special attention to ideas promoted by non-Western countries, including those ideas which generates from the non-alignment movement and then Bandung conference in Indonesia. So I have a great panel. It's a big honor for me to chair this. And I would ask my old friend and colleague Evgeny Kazhokin to start. Evgeny is one of the most prominent experts in foreign affairs in Russia. He used to be member of Russian parliament. He used to be chairman of the most important Institute of Strategic Studies. And now he is just a professor who simply knows everything. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, Dobry день. Every science has its specificity. One of the specificities of historical science that it doesn't create notions. It takes them from other sciences, such as sociology, political science, economy, but for sure there are some exclusions. Outstanding French historian of the 20th century, Fernand Braudel, proposed such notion as long time, la longue durée, which is instrumental not only in historical science. Just now we live in a very volatile epoch. Some consequences of the long time transformations we can't forecast. But these transformations, some of them, are evident. Economic and technological rise of China made world at certain degree again bipolar, but absolutely other type. Technological achievements of China in certain spheres so great that in statistics of OECD we can't find data, for example, on industrial robots. so big gap between China and USA today. Other long-time trend, this is demographic changes in the countries of European Union. If in 1950, among the countries with the biggest populations, there were Germany, France, UK, Italy. In 2000, among the countries with the largest population, among European countries, only Germany. In 2050, there'll be none of the European nations. Natality in these countries is so low that only migrants from Asia and Africa could more or less stabilize their situation with labor force. Serious demographic problems have also Japan and South Korea. But so far as migrants to Europe are concerned, they come first of all from Maghreb and Middle East, but these migrants are not integrated in these Western societies. And this raises very serious problem. And then, if we analyze sociological data, for example, concerning France, in the middle of our century, majority of the population of France would be Muslims. It creates absolutely new situation in the world. We, especially the young persons who are in this hall, will see absolutely other Europe, not Europe which we are accustomed during our life of the men who came from the previous century. And these changes provoke a kind of frustration among the elites of Western countries. They try to find issue, and quite often they can't. So far as United States of America is concerned, the leader of the Western world, they rely more and more on their military might. We see that they continue to use, first of all, NATO, which is very instrumental from point of view of American elite, in spite of the fact that United States had failure in Iraq and Afghanistan. By the way, in Afghanistan there was NATO operation, the unique NATO operation, terrestrial, and there was situation that they managed to win the war, but they lost the peace. Now there are certain ideas that it's necessary to use in NATO also in Indo-Pacific. Quite strange. As if we read, for example, Washington Treaty, they are fixed the zone of responsibility of this organization. This is only Northern Atlantic. Then we see the creation of AUKUS, which at a certain degree undermine even the principles of non-proliferation. In these circumstances, independence is national priority of great value for my country, but it seems to me that it's also of great importance for Indonesia. And I suppose that this value orientation could be base for our mutual understanding and empathy. Russia has interest and great respect to Indonesian Beba's active, independent and active foreign policy. As emphasized by the late Foreign Minister and Vice President Muhammad Hatta, the originator of Beba's active foreign policy, an independent foreign policy means that Indonesia must be free of any external pressures in making decisions on its vital interest, while being active denotes a readiness to struggle to safeguard Jakarta's vital interests through whatever means possible. We appreciate very much this approach to international affairs. So far as my country is concerned, we passed during the 90s the period, I would say, of fundamentalism in liberalism. And it had quite difficult consequences for our society and for our economy. Now, under the presidency of Vladimir Putin, there was reconstruction of our economy. And it's possible to say that now we have mixed economy. We have great quantity of private companies, of individual entrepreneurs, and at the same time, we have very important state corporations as Rosatom, Rosneft, Gazprom, Rostech, Sber, and innovations in the main spheres these state corporations implement. When we think about our cooperation, Russian, Indonesia, I suppose that it's necessary to pay attention to the potential of these big state companies. And then what also I want to say that for sure now we pass not easy period, but this conflict favored change in our technological policy. I would say that now we have certain breakthrough in technologies as it's necessity for us to win, as we can't rely on import, especially in the situation of enormous quantity of sanctions against my country. So, as we have scientific schools, as we have great industrial experience, we rely on, first of all, on our own possibilities, forces. And we think now not only about today, but about future. I suppose that thinking about possibilities of our cooperation, it would be necessary to have a kind of strategy step to step. And for example, you have enormous and very interesting idea to create new capital. But to create new capital, I suppose it would demand also to reconstruct infrastructure on Kalimantan, as new capital would be in the center, not on the seaside. So it would be necessary to make certain reconstruction of the ports. And from this point of view, I suppose that experience of such Russian organization as Lenmor project, which modernized many port terminals, could be useful for modernizing these ports. Then, just now I speak not only as a researcher, but also just as a man who lives all his life in Moscow. We have enormous change so far as functioning of our municipality. As I'm not so young, I remember quite well all the problems which we had, for example, 20 years ago. Now, it's so easy to contact all kind of the services of municipality of Moscow. And I suppose their experience of Moscow local government also could be useful for you. And I suppose that if the specialists on local government would come to Moscow so as to see what kind of achievements we have in this sphere, very important just for ordinary people. Then, for sure, I suppose that such big company as Rosneft, which is the main producer of oil in Russia, which has in Russia 13 refineries, also which has quite good international experience. For example, it's a stakeholder of Nayarana Energy Limited, which is one of the largest private refinery in India, with 60,000 filling stations. Also, it could be quite interesting partner for your big oil company. Then perhaps this is idea which could look for you a little strange. I think about experience which had and have India and Canada. Not just workers, but farmers with experience of entrepreneurship. From India came to Canada so as to establish their farms. And now, even in Amritsar, there is university which is specializing on preparing specialists so as to work in Canada in agriculture. Let's think about possibility, for example, of our Far East. Far East, which has big possibilities for producing even rice. By Russia, this is also a specific country. Perhaps some Indonesian farmers could come there so as to cultivate, and it would be interesting mutual business for both countries. And I want to say one more thing about possible cooperation. It's very important that our people, our intellectuals, our businessmen, our just ordinary people know more about, in Russia about Indonesia, and Indonesia about Russia. From this point of view, very important cooperation among the companies which produce films. As films, you give you impression of the people, of their ideas, of their culture, of their music. And just as a very small and simple gesture, as I'm not only a researcher, I'm a filmmaker, I want to give with help of our embassy small gift to Indonesian Archive. 2 my films concerning Russian Muslims. I suppose it could be interesting for Indonesia. At last, I want to say that you have in your country moderate and tolerant Islam. The same with my country. And I suppose this is very important for the future. And then, independence is very serious value for Indonesian nation and for Russian nation. And I suppose that on the international arena, we can and should quite often act together. And at the same time, it's necessary not forget for all of us, not only for Russians and for Indonesians, but also for Americans, Chinese, Arabs, that we all in the same boat, and this boat is very small and very fragile. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kazhokin. That was a very comprehensive view, exactly confirmation of what I said at the beginning, that we cannot analyze bilateral relationship without putting it into global international context. That's why the next speaker is very important for us. Whatever we discuss in today's world, we cannot bypass China. And we are very happy that Nelson Wong from Shanghai came on the invitation of the Valdai Club to Jakarta. Nelson is an old and very good friend of Valdai and many of us, one of the most prolific speakers and writers on contemporary Chinese foreign policy. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Fyodor. Well, first of all, I have to express my gratitude to the organizers, to the host, for putting together such an important and inspiring event. And thank you, our host, the National Archives of Indonesia and National Archive of Russia and the Valdai Club. This is an amazing event, actually. Relations between Russia and Indonesia seems to be outside the normal radar screen, but actually it is quite important, and it is extremely indicative about today's world, how countries' relations with each other should be handled. And this brings me to my understanding of international relations for the new century, or the days to come. Because we all have to admit that the world has changed, and has changed tremendously. It is not the world that we used to know, or that we take it for granted. But what is the new world? When politicians in the West keep using the term rules-based order, it is something that is nowhere to be found, and a word not written anywhere. If we're talking about rules for the world, we already have the international law, we have the United Nations, we have the UN Charter. So with all the conflicts that are happening around the world, I think it's time that people from both the political arena and also from the academia need to converse and need to sit together and to talk frankly, to mitigate the misunderstandings, the misconceptions, because conceptions is reality. If you believe in something, it becomes real. But what if you are wrong? What if it comes out of your misunderstanding? So this is something I think that has been driving some of the problems around the world. And Russia, no matter how much the West has been trying to demonize, was and is and will continue to be one of the most important and powerful countries on earth. And I believe so is my country, China, as well. And I'll come to that a bit later. Indonesia. Once again, I have to thank our organizers because this is my first trip to Indonesia. Your hospitality is amazing. Your culture is really amazing. And so, I mean, Indonesia is not only a big country, it is also a very important power into the future. Now, why is that? Because Indonesia has all the resources you have. First of all, you're not a small country, you're not a tiny country, you're quite a big country in the region and around the world as well. And you have minerals, you have oil and gas, you have almost everything you need. But yes, by visiting the National Archives yesterday, it was quite impressive. And I came to the conclusion that this country, Indonesia, does have a bright future because you respect your history. And you respect your friendship with all the countries around the world. People are talking about countries in the Southeast Asia region suffering pressures from certain countries to take sides. My belief is that a country can develop and can become big and powerful and important as long as it remains independent when it comes to foreign policies, as long as it understands what is in the best interest of the country itself. And I think Indonesia is setting a very good example in that respect. And that's why your country is becoming visible and more visible. And on that note, big congratulations. So, talking about China, my country, I understand that China is one of the biggest investors in Indonesia. Trade relations between our two countries have been going extremely well, and I've just learned from different sources that actually some of the investments from Singapore, from Hong Kong, are also actually coming from the mainland. So in terms of actual investment, foreign direct investment, China is playing a big role. But what I've also heard during one of the discussions of the Valdai Discussion Club 2 years ago, I think one of the representatives from Indonesia did make a comment that the difference between Chinese investments when compared with investments from other countries is that China is not imposing anything or interfering into your country's domestic affairs. This actually comes from our culture, because we are a trader, we are a nation of traders. We do business with people. And also there is something I'd like to share, is that I think most of you understand that we have Confucius, and we do celebrate Confucianism as something that we are very proud of. And there is an old saying that goes very widely in China. It's called 君子和而不同, which in English is something like a gentleman seeks to get along with others, but does not necessarily have to agree with them. We do not have to agree with everyone on everything, but we try to get along with everyone. This is our culture. So when you compare this culture with other Western cultures, you understand why we do not believe in zero-sum game. Because under a different scenario, it's either you are with me or against me. But this is not who we are. We don't believe in that. We might be different. We speak different languages. We come from different cultures. We have different histories. But we can still perhaps try to get along and do some business together. That also leads to my other comment. We also believe, as Chinese is that beauty becomes real when you look at it from a distance. Don't get too close. Keep some space. And that's how you will see the real beauty. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very wise, but sometimes you need to be closer to the beauty to continue to enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah.
Thank you very much. So now I'm very happy to welcome and to give floor to Andy Vijayanto, who is not foreign to Valde either. Andy was, I think 2 years ago, was guest of our big annual meeting. Andy, please.
Terima kasih, selamat siang. Thank you for Valdai and our Andri inviting me to this important international seminar. This is, I think, my third time attended Valdai event. The first time in 2022, I think I met Pak Nelson there. At that time, I was amazed that President Putin attended the seminar, and he was with us for more than 5 hours, yeah, directly answering our question, I think from 4 p.m. until 9 p.m. in the evening. So we were very, very happy, but also very, very hungry because we missed our dinner at that time in 2022. Yeah. I was asked to discuss Indonesia-Russia relation using the historical perspective, especially the relation, military to military relation between Indonesia, Soviet Union, and also Indonesia and Russia. So I use several historical data to describe Indonesia-Soviet relation and what happened in the old order and new order era. Indonesia-Soviet relation have been shaped by various factors, particularly by idiosyncratic influences unique to the leadership and geopolitical context of the time. The relation between Jakarta and Moscow during the old order regime was deeply rooted in the personal principle of Sukarno and Khrushchev, who share a commitment to anti-colonialism. This ideological alignment allowed both nations to pursue mutually beneficial policies. Indonesia sought international partnership to solidify its newly gained independence, while the Soviet Union was looking to expand its influence in Southeast Asia amidst its rivalry with the West. However, as the domestic power of both leaders waned, the relation began deteriorate. The idiosyncratic nature of the leaders' influence on policy became evident as subsequent leadership transition in both countries led to a cooling of ties. Under Suharto, Indonesia shifted toward an anti-communist stance, aligning itself with Western power and reducing Soviet influence in the region. In contrast, modern Indonesian leadership views cooperation with Russia through a pragmatic lens, balancing strategic military interests with broader geopolitical realities rather than relying on ideological alignment. In the era of Sukarno, next slide, Indonesia and Soviet Union enjoy a robust economic and military partnership. From 1956 to 1961, Indonesia received significant aid from Soviet to build numerous development projects. One of the renowned projects was the Stadium of Gelora Bung Karno. The value of Soviet military aid in form of loans to Indonesia increased considerably during a crucial period of the Trikora operation 1961-1962. Within this short period, Indonesia received approximately more than $1 billion in military weapons, which accounted for 14.21% of Indonesian GDP in the 1961. This made Indonesia the biggest non-communist recipient of Soviet military aid. The enormous percentage of Soviet military aid to Indonesia is almost equivalent to 2024 Indonesia state budget, sama dengan APBN kita sekarang, which accounted for 15.367% of our GDP. Furthermore, during this period, the Soviet Union became Indonesia's primary source of weapons. Through deals with the Soviet Union, Indonesia acquired a variety of modern weaponry. The weapons play a vital role in backing Indonesia military operation to liberate West Papua and solidify Indonesia's position as major military power in the region. The next slide shows how this relation declining. The decline of Indonesia-Soviet military relation began during Indonesia confrontation with Malaysia. Soviet policy makers faced significant difficulties in justification if they decide to provide enormous military support to Indonesia. They could not adopt an anti-colonial struggle narrative as in the case of West Papua. The two countries become more distant after both had leadership transition. Under Suharto regime, Indonesia pivoted its defense policy toward the West. Throughout the New Order regime, Indonesia primarily sourced its weapons from Western countries. According to the CIPRI Arms Transfer Database, zero weapons were delivered from the Soviet Union to Indonesia from 1965 to 1998. Furthermore, numerous Soviet weapons were grounded or retired due to a lack of spare parts and the withdrawal of maintenance support. After the end of Cold War, Indonesia and the newly established Russian Federation began a new chapter in their defense relationship. Indonesia's human rights record during the Suharto era led to arms embargo from the United States and other Western nations, creating an opportunity for Russia to become Indonesia military supplier once again. From the 2000s until the early 2010s, Indonesia successfully acquired various weapons from Russia, including Sukhoi 27 and Sukhoi 30 fighter jets. Despite their great start, military cooperation between Indonesia and Russia has not progressed. Engaging in arms trade with Russia has become more challenging in current geopolitical dynamics. For example, in 2017, Indonesia agreed to purchase a Sukhoi 35 jet fighter, but the plan is likely abandoned, citing potential Western sanction as one of the reason. And now, geopolitical uncertainty is rising. The rapid development of artificial intelligence and the escalating impacts of climate change heighten the future risks. Great power are competing to dominate the world of artificial intelligence. As AI technology become more integral to global military strategies, this could increase tension and complicate Indonesia for neutral foreign policy stance. At the same time, climate change presents long-term risk for Indonesia, a country vulnerable to rising sea level and natural disaster. Climate-induced resource shortages could shift Indonesia priorities, affecting its reliance on external factors like Russia, especially in areas like energy and infrastructure. As both countries face different geopolitical challenges, their bilateral relation could evolve in response to new pressures such as international effort to combat climate change or competition for critical resources. The combination of AI and climate risks creates a complex future landscape for Indonesia future relations, requiring adaptive and forward-looking foreign policy. And this will be interesting in the future to see how the idiosyncratic factor of our new president, General Prabowo, can shape the relationship between Indonesia and Russia in the next 5 years. Thank you for your kind attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Andy. That's a very interesting and very informative review of our relationship, in particular in the military in sphere of arms trade. I think that we are now going through the extremely difficult period, but this period will produce a new horizon for relationship, including this branch, because on the one hand we see that the flexibility of international affairs is increasing. The more sanctions, the more hurdles created, the more ways to how to bypass them. Not easy, but doable. And secondly, I think that with all the dramatism we see in and around Ukraine, but to be a little bit cynical, this is an enormous manifestation, demonstration of the real efficiency of arms of different countries. And I think based on this experience, which of course we would like to avoid, but it happened, I think that the arms trade market in the world will be, to put it mildly, will be corrected and change probably that will create new opportunities. Thank you very much. And then I'm very happy and honored to give floor to Rector of General Ahmad Yani University, Hikmahanto Yuwanta, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, like other speakers, let me thank the organizing committee for inviting me here. Probably this is your first time to see me from the Valdai Institute. Even though for the Indonesian public, they may see me a lot of times in the media. Let me stand here not as a rector of a university. I have another hat, which is a professor on international law, professor of law at Universitas Indonesia. Now, when I see issues of geopolitical, then we need to have some laws to support arguments between those who are in dispute. But let me go through the Indonesian perspective when we do our interactions with other countries. We base ourselves on our constitution, and on paragraph 4 of our preamble, the constitution provides that the government of Indonesia shall participate toward the establishment of world order based on freedom, perpetual peace, and social justice. And of course, if we support the Palestinian people, it is because the first paragraph or the preamble of our constitution stated that independence is the inalienable right of all nations, and therefore all colonialism must be abolished in this world. So with this, that respect, and also another provisions under our foreign relations law, under Article 3, it is provided that, as mentioned, we subscribe to the principle of free or independent and active policy. Now, having said that, the question is on geopolitical issues, recent geopolitical issues, the war in Ukraine or the war in Gaza. What is our perspective in Indonesia and how we can work with other countries, including Russia? We understood that Russia, when it first launched an attack to Donbas, Ukraine, it was because they used Article 51 of the UN Charter. And what we see is the Russian ambassador to the UN has reported this to the UN Security Council, which is the procedure within that Article 51. But Ukraine and countries who support Ukraine uses Article 2, paragraph 4 of the UN Charter, saying that it is illegal for Russia to launch an attack against its territorial integrity. If I'm not mistaken, one day after the attack, our president stated that war needs to be stopped. The question is, under what basis does our president say that? The president make the statement based on Article 2, paragraph 3 of the UN Charter. And if you look at the Article 2, paragraph 3 of the UN Charter, it is stated that all members shall settle their international dispute by peaceful means in such a manner that international peace and security and justice are not endangered. So this is our position. We are not going to be sided with Russia. We are not going to be sided with Ukraine. But we side with peace. We side with humanity. And this is very important, not for Indonesia only, but also for third world countries. Because when our president met as the president of G20, met with the G7 leaders, President Zelensky and also President Putin, he stated that the one who will suffer of the war in Ukraine is the third countries, the people of the third world. Why? Because it will cause financial economic crisis. It will cause a disruption on the supply chain, and it will cause also food shortages, which third world countries are in need. So our president wants to say that I'm not going to broker peace, but for humanity's sake, we need to stop this war. And recently, we understood as well that there is a war in Gaza. We always maintain that there should not be any state who will state themselves as the moral guardian of the world. There's no such thing. A moral guardian. Because in the era of the Cold War, we always said that the West is the moral guardian. We will make reference to the West. We need to stop that. Because what we see in Gaza, Western countries, as if they condone the genocide being launched by the Israel government against the Palestinian people. And because of that, our government voiced their concern through the United Nations, Security Council, and also to the General Assembly. Even in recent times, our foreign minister spoke before the International Court of Justice when countries are invited by the ICJ to give their views so that the ICJ can respond to the question from the General Assembly. So with this respect, our government is working with other countries, including Russia, to say that let us not be dominated by one country only. Let's make peace and let's side it to humanity. Because we understand that within the 5 permanent members of the UN, 3 belongs to the Western world. 2, China and Russia is much more independent. And we understand that Indonesia does not have nuclear weapons. Those countries who have nuclear weapons, of course, will have advantage in shaping peace in the future. So this is where our government have been asking Russia to have a balancing power against those who are behind Israel. I will end there because I know that my time is up, but we can discuss in lengthy in the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Giovanna. That's a very important speech, I think. The outline of problems you described is really one of the most vital for today's situation. International law does not exist in vacuum. It is based on certain kind of balance of interests and powers in the world. And from this point of view, the Cold War, despite this period had a lot of negative sides, but it was a pretty regulated period when different actors knew lines, borders. Now it's a completely different era, and what you said in your speech about controversies which are embedded in the UN Charter, and you can't take decision. You can use different articles and elements of it to justify almost anything. And of course, it's not an accident that the leadership of the new UN and Secretary General just now is trying to launch this work on Summit of the Future and Pact for the Future. But frankly, I don't think that in a contemporary situation it's realistic to expect the new consensus. But what is absolutely clear, and you're absolutely right, that major powers, those P5 powers, cannot define everything anymore. And I would even dare to say that middle-sized powers, powers outside this club, even without nuclear arms, they will play a much bigger role in defining this new environment for law. And so thank you very much for this statement. So we have a comfortable 10 minutes for discussion. First of all, do we have some questions in the audience? Would somebody like to ask any of our panelists? Yeah, please. Do we have a microphone?
Jin, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Selita. I was master student in Higher School of Economics, Moscow. And I think I've seen with familiar faces here, and Mr. Fyodor as well. We met in fall day discussion in Sochi in this early March, I suppose. And my question today is for Prof. Hikmananto. I would like to discuss and ask about the future of the world. We talk about the multipolarity. As we know that Indonesian foreign policy is independent, free and active. But right now there is, as scholars in international relations, I've seen that there is a shifting of the power right now from the unipolar into the multipolar. And currently I also work on towards the multipolarity research. And my question here is, how do you see this multipolarity? For example, if we take a look of the race of Asia and also as well as BRICS, how do you see Indonesia to take this position? Don't you think that this is the great moment for Indonesia as a very rich country, as Prof. Wong say, and very rich and independent as the foreign policy? But how do you see here Indonesia for the BRICS? Don't you see that we have to take this change, or maybe another argument? Thank you. Spasiba большое.
Much. Well, you know, for Indonesia, there are a lot of opportunity before us, but we have to understand that at which level we are at the moment. We are not a powerful state. We are not a 5P countries within the UN. We do not have the nuclear weapons. So for Indonesia, having that circumstances, we need to work with those who we think that they are fighting for the cause, as I mentioned before, peace and humanity. Because peace and humanity is very important in the New World era. You know, people were thinking about, you know, there's not going to happen any war in Europe, but it happens. Nowadays, if we can subscribe to peace, then I'm very sure that we can further our international economy, the growth of our international economy. And this is good for the people. You know, our president-elect, he was a military man, but when he said on issues of international relations, he does not say that we have to go to war. No. He always said that we need to have peace. Because the concern of many in this world is not the ego of the leaders, but the needs of the people. If you look at China, for example, they have 1.4 billion populations with 780,000 workforce. How can a government manage that big state if they always go to war? If they want to say that this is the morality that the world should have. As was mentioned by Nelson,
China, with the principles that he mentioned, is working together with a lot of countries for the economy, not for the pride of being the #1 country in the world when it comes to military powers. Yes, you need to have military, but as a contingency if worst scenario occurred. But we should not put first on issues of war and military, before us. So, to me, Indonesia is working toward that path, and hopefully in 2045, has been discussed in Indonesia that we want to become one of the great powers in the world. So it is not going to be my generation, but it is going to be your generation. And because you are exposed to Russian culture and various other cultures, you may want to think about how to have peace in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, but not right of our generation either. We can do a lot for them. Okay, if we don't have any questions from the audience, so I would like to conclude this session, which from my point of view was extremely important for our discussion, by saying that we had no preliminary agreement, but we arrived to the conclusion which will most likely be part of our Valdai Club annual report this year, and that is exactly what the professor said. A history of international relations, as we know it, is based on the assumption, not manifested, but it is fact of history, that war and military conflict can be a mean to settle some problems. Not a good mean, very dramatic mean, tragic, but if controversies and conflicts are too deep, they cannot be settled by peace, so it can be settled by war, and then we start a new era and so on, a new world order and so on. It seems to me, and our discussion just supports this hypothesis, that today's world is so much different and so much complicated that the war is not a mean to settle anything anymore. And I would even say, as Nelson reminded us, that this concept of force which can solve issues is a Western one. It comes from the Western political and strategic culture. Since now we have other strategic cultures to vocally state new principles, I think that by year 2045, when UN will celebrate the 100 years anniversary, and Indonesia, I'm sure, will be part of the club of the most important countries, the new approach to the international law will be based not only on the Western approaches and concepts, but many others as well, to harmonize international relations. Thank you very much, and now we have lunch. Thank you.
Thank you for the moderator, and thank you for all the speakers today. Now I kindly invite all the speakers to come to the foyer of Sumba C for the media doorstop. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking a break. You may have an hour to have lunch and conduct other activity, and we will be right back at 1:35 p.m. The lunch served in the foyer of Sumba C. Enjoy your lunch and see you in the next 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Cek audio Zoom. Cek audio Zoom. Ini udah gue keluarin. Cek audio Zoom. Di gue udah masuk nih. Cek audio Zoom. Cek audio Zoom. Cek, 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 cek. Cek, cek audio Zoom. Masuk nggak? Cek audio Zoom. Zoom. Cek audio Zoom. Cek audio Zoom. Itu, itu gua. Jangan dikirim ke AUX. Cek audio Zoom. Cek audio Zoom. Jadi mute. Cek audio Zoom. Nah ini udah nggak ada, cuma dari lu nge-freeze. Cek audio Zoom. Nah ini udah nggak looping.
And now we reach session 3, which is actually critical time. After lunch, usually we are all sleepy, but we have 4 great speakers for this session. So I'll mention their name, and please come forward to the stage. The first speaker is Professor Konstantin Panserev. He's from St. Petersburg State University. And then the next one, Mr. Arvind Gupta. He's the head and co-founder of Digital India Foundation. And next we have Pak Sulistyo, the Deputy of Cybersecurity and Cryptography for Government and Human Development from the National Cyber and Crypto Agency. And then last but not least, we have Mr. Aswin Sasongko Sastro Subroto. He is now the member of Indonesian National ICT Council and used to be also the DG for ICT at the Ministry of ICT, which is Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informatika. And we have 90 minutes for this session. So each speaker will have 15 minutes each. And some of them, I'm sure that they have already prepared slides. So we will start with a slideshow for the next hour. And then after that, we will have 30 minutes of discussion. And the topic for today is actually also a very important one, considering that now and also in the near future, and also now we are entering the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So most of actually the archive is actually already born digital. So we need to learn how to absorb, how to welcome the digital transformation. And we will learn from several countries in this case. We will learn from Russia, and also we will learn from India. And I'm sure our international speaker also got so many knowledge on what happened in other countries as well. So for the first speaker, I'll let Professor Konstantin, 50 minutes for you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues. Today I'd like to speak about the development of artificial intelligence in Indonesia, and also to highlight some challenges on that issues. I've chosen this stream of the digitalization due to the fact that AI occupies a special place in Indonesia's national policy that is aimed at the digitalization of all sectors of the economy. And here I'd like to quote Joko Widodo, the ex-president of Indonesia, who said that any country which controls AI could potentially rule the world. With this statement, he enhanced the role of the AI in Indonesia digital transformation and launched a number of initiatives aimed at stimulating the further development of breakthrough technologies. The Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology was tasked with conducting initial deliberations with government agencies as well as stakeholders from universities, industries, associations, and national telecommunication companies. These consultations culminated in the National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence that has been released in the year 2020. This document launched the national policy for AI development from the year 2020 to the year 2045. And it outlines 5 key priorities where AI is anticipated to have the biggest impact. First, the health. Second, provision of electronic services to the public. Third, education. Fourth, food security and the development of smart agriculture. And fifth, the development of smart cities. In supporting the implementation of those 5 national priority areas, the National AI Strategy also identifies 4 key focus areas. First, ethics and policy. Second, talent development. Third, infrastructure and data. And finally, industrial research and innovation. It is also expected that the active use of AI technologies in the financial sector, trade and logistics will allow Indonesia to increase its GDP by $366 billion. And really, Indonesia has managed to succeed in this field. Nowadays, there are several AI startups in Indonesia that were able to get leading position the entire Southeast Asia. For example, the Gojek, that represent a universal platform for providing various services, has developed a basic machine learning model that is able to respond personalized customer preferences. In addition, this startup is also exploring the possibilities of using AI and machine learning technologies to provide biometric security features such as fingerprint and facial recognition. It should also be added that this is one of the most funded startups in the Asia-Pacific region, which operates not only in Indonesia, but also in Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and Philippines. Tokopedia, another Indonesian startup, specializes in e-commerce. The company also promotes AI research and talent development through a partnership with the University of Indonesia, which launched a deep learning supercomputer technology called NVIDIA DGX-1 in the year 2019. The partnership also launched AI-based solutions like demand prediction, smart warehouses, and smart logistics. In the year 2021, Gojek and Tokopedia have merged into the Goto Group, a combined valuation of about $20 billion. The Goto Group offers a wide range of services, including e-commerce, food delivery, and various financial services. Indonesia has even developed a special service called Kata AI that represents a conversational AI platform using natural language processing that automates customer interactions, such as customer queries with minimal human interventions. It is a remarkable fact that Kata AI can works in Indonesian language. And governmental bodies also pay increased attention to the use of AI in order to achieve administrative effectiveness and efficiency. In this regard, the use of AI was included in Indonesia's 5-year digital transformation plan. For example, the Aeronautics and Space Research Organization is currently developing an AI-enabled platform for remote sensing to monitor natural resources and the environment. Other government agencies are using AI technologies to monitor and anticipate forest fires, while some have been promoting AI technological solutions for education in school and universities. Another government initiative in the field of AI is the use of AI-based technologies to facilitate an online single submission system to ease business registration. This initiative can help simplify doing business in Indonesia and attract more foreign investments. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, AI was integrated into the public health sector, and the Ministry of Health used an AI-powered application called Telemedicine in Indonesia to link patients with hospitals and doctors. In coordination with the provincial and city health services, the application provided affordable health access in 4 main telemedicine services: radiology, ultrasound, electrocardiography, and consultation. There also exists a project of a huge megatech technical hub called Algorithm Hill that should be located in Sukabumi, West Java. This ambitious project hopes to become the country's center of research in neuroscience, nanotechnology, quantum technology, solar cell technology, space exploration, and become a home of Indonesian startups specializing in AI, digital technology, and biotechnologies. They are going to finish this project by the year 2030. Russian companies are showing great interest in the promising Indonesian ICT market. Thus, in the year 2023, the Indonesian state telecommunication company has signed a memorandum of understanding with Sber, according to which Sber is going to assist in the digitalization of Indonesia, primarily through the development and the use of AI technologies in the delivery of financial services, education, and healthcare. And in the year 2024, the memorandum of understanding has been signed by Innopolis University, from Russia and the National Agency for Research and Innovation of Indonesia. Thus, we can see that Indonesia pays great attention to the development of advanced technologies and sets itself a very ambitious goal to become a leading center of AI in the Southeast Asia. This desire can be explained by the fact that the Indonesian government is sure that only those countries which are familiar with the AI technologies would be able to keep a geopolitical leadership at the contemporary epoch, which can be called the age of AI and smart societies. But here I'd like to warn from just the development of advanced technologies. Every time we need to keep in mind that all technological novelties which should simplify our lives can be used for malicious intent. Thus, the rapid growth of our dependence on hybrid computer intelligence systems makes us extremely vulnerable for malicious users who start using AI-based technologies both for satisfaction of their personal demands, or which is much worse, for damage of the critical infrastructure of the country and undermine mental health of people by becoming a very effective mind manager. This last point put the serious challenge for the international information and psychological security. The problem is that nowadays information technologies are developing so rapidly that it becomes evident then that neither national legislation of different countries nor the system of the international law, as well as existing mechanisms of control, can keep up with them. This is the main challenge of the digital age. All the technological innovations developed in recent years are supposed to make our lives easier, but the lack of effective control mechanisms, as well as the proper regulatory framework, dramatically increases the risk of malicious use of such technologies. Possible malicious use of artificial intelligence can cause serious destabilizing effects on the social and political development of the country and the system of international relations as a whole. Discussing Indonesia as an example, I'd like to show the massive use of generated video clips, deepfakes, during the last election campaign in February this year. So just before the presidential election of 2024, social media X, Facebook, TikTok, as well as YouTube have distributed a 3-minute video where one could find General Suharto, the second president of Indonesia, who died in the year 2008. And he has addressed to people of Indonesia and asked them to support the Golkar party. After the appearance of this video, they have begun discussing throughout social media the appropriateness and ethics of creating such videos. So, in particular, one of the Indonesian X users asked a fair question: since when has it become ethical to create fakes from dead people? It seems so immoral. And another one has expressed the opinion that the coming to life of the dead dictators aims to convince and intimidate us and force us to vote. It is necessary to say that the last election campaign turned out to be rich in the use of AI. For example, outgoing President Joko Widodo used the capabilities of generative AI to address citizens in Mandarin. In 2 other videos that also have been created with the aid of AI, the presidential candidates Prabowo Subianto and Anies Baswedan spoke Arabic. This use of AI has initiated a discussion in Indonesia about the legality of the use of AI technologies during election campaigns. And despite the fact that all these cases I have shown above are not examples of real malicious use of AI, but they demonstrate the manipulative potential of AI and in the one hand, enable candidates to address certain target groups of voters and speak their language, and enlarge the audience. And on the other hand, they open up a wide opportunity for manipulating the political agenda. The last statement gives us an opportunity to come to the conclusion that the development of technology is not necessarily equivalent to progress, but if it is not constantly controlled, it can destroy the results already achieved. That means that when developing the advanced technologies, it is extremely urgent to think about the information security issues and try to anticipate the consequences of the possible malicious use of such technologies. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Pansarev. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Pansarev has gave us a quick observation on the AI condition in Indonesia. He mentioned about Gojek, he mentioned about Tokopedia, he mentioned about the use of Kata AI, and also he mentioned of the use of deepfake AI. Our president can fluently speak in Mandarin, and then reaching the regional election, we can find more several usage of the malicious AI on the internet. Okay, now let's hear from the next speaker, Mr. Arvind Gupta, the head and co-founder of Digital India Foundation. 15 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator and professor. Thank you, Waldai and NRI for having me here. I was listening to the sessions in the morning, and the session just before lunch, Mr. Andy presented the risks, the global risks in geopolitics today. And I think if we didn't pay attention to that, we should. Because the 2 years from now, the number one risk that people are talking about is, or number 3 and 4 risks for 2 years and 10 years are cybersecurity, AI, misinformation and disinformation. And these are actually the biggest threats that we face in today's connected world. I have a presentation that I will make, but before I start the presentation, I would like to make comment on what Professor Constantine just before me said. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize this whole world of MUAI. MUAI is malicious use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence was meant to be our good technology. And like any technology, it was meant to support humankind, society. But today, as much as good uses are happening of technology, especially AI, you can actually count the number of malicious uses that are happening. With that, I think there is somebody who controls the presentations. So, yeah, so either I have to do some sign language or some signaling. Please, can you come to the first slide? Yeah, so I will talk about 4 or 5 areas in my presentation. Number one, you know, if you saw the historical relevance of the talks since morning, there was a lot of talk about decolonization. Unfortunately, we have come to an era where we have decolonized ourselves from a political system, but we are colonizing ourselves from a technology system. You know, we have a dominance of the big technology companies, they're called big tech, globally. No society is working without them. While we are in this room, we are actually using one of the 3 or 4 big tech companies as we are talking right now. All of us are. And that has given the creation of dominance of 1 or 2 companies in each sphere of our life. Phones are controlled by Apple or Google. Search is controlled by Google. Content is controlled by Meta, Facebook. Maps, again, Google, maybe 1 or 2 other companies at best. In Russia, Yandex. And that too, after the conflict, they became even more popular. So what is that we have done? We have actually given power to a very, very few companies in the world. And we have, in a way, digitally colonized ourselves. Unfortunately, I will give 2 examples. A lot of these big tech companies are now instruments of geopolitics. We had one of the founders of one of the biggest big tech companies, Meta, recently confessed that he was pressurized by the US government to hide or promote certain content over the last couple of years. We know some of the platforms talked about by Professor Constantine especially coming from China, are owned by the state or are controlled by the state indirectly. So there is an extension of the state, whether they are coming from the big tech companies of the Western world, the Silicon Valley, or the tech companies of the Shenzhen Valley, which is in China. And this presents a lot of geopolitical risk for all of us as free and independent societies. Two, there is growing evidence, and I know there are my colleagues on the panel which are from the cybersecurity and the ICT industry of Indonesia, and they will comment on it. But cybersecurity is becoming the biggest challenge because we live in a super connected world, and there is, of course, non-state actors, people who are operating for financial gains, but now we are seeing a lot of state or state-sponsored actors or rogue actors who are controlling the connected infrastructure that is existing in each country. So this is becoming a very big issue globally. Disinformation, Professor Constantine gave some examples. I can go on and on, where in the current US elections or Indonesian elections or any elections in the world, that we have so many cases of disinformation, malicious use, unethical use of AI, which is impacting all of us who are living in democratic worlds. But the core problem is what? The core problem is that we as users, we as societies, got enamored by technology. And please don't get me wrong, I'm a technology inventor like most people in the world, especially in the Silicon Valley. But we thought technology is a free lunch. All these products are free lunches. There is nothing called a free lunch in technology. We gave away our data, our rights to all these platforms in exchange for some free software or free application. And that is costing us today. That is completely the sole reason why consumers across the world are today manipulated and their data is used against them every day without their information and without their consent. Today, the first panel, we saw how one participant in the seminar, that is primarily Russia, has suffered at the hands of weaponization of information, weaponization of payment systems, weaponization of consumption. Everything that could be weaponized in the world of technology has been weaponized. Now that's a big alarming signal for all societies, that technologies can be weaponized against any state whenever they have the extension of their own regimes or their own government. So it is something that is very alarming. I start my presentation by explaining the dominance of the big tech in almost anything. There are two major players in operating systems that we use on phones, cloud, advertising, mobile operating systems, anything that we do. And that is the reason that the 3 or 4 companies which are coming either from the US or from China are actually becoming more and more powerful as we speak. Next slide, please. We've seen influence operations. What are influence operations? Operations described by Professor Constantine which manipulate public opinion. We have seen influence operation at scale now because platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram have been manipulated to send out information that impacts our democracies, impacts foreign relations, breaks a lot of local laws. We have seen companies, even like car sharing companies, actually use the platform to track officials, where they're going, not going. So this is really something that has what we call in our language manipulation of the platforms to suit their own needs, and maybe extension of the influence that is one state exerting over others. Can we go forward? I've talked about it. both the application softwares like TikTok have been used to physically monitor many American citizens because we share our location with all these platforms. Hardware like Huawei, ZTE from China has been banned in countries like India. India has banned actually all other Chinese technology because of security concerns. And I know there were many countries which have banned parts of Chinese technologies, bits and pieces. China became a common enemy, you can say, but the big tech coming from the West is no great friends of anybody. They are self-serving technology platforms. We can go ahead. Similarly, again, everybody talked about AI and IoT, the fourth industrial revolution. Please understand, my friends, that depends solely on hardware and sensors. Today, cars, our phones, our watches, our TVs have more sensors that you can imagine. Our phone has an average of 15 sensors, our cars have about 100 sensors, TVs have sensors, everybody has sensors. Anything that has a sensor in it is a smart device, and that has a chip in it. Anything that has a chip in it comes from actually 3 or 4 major countries in the world, China, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea. They dominate the semiconductor industry, and that's the next big geopolitical warfare that is happening. Everybody wants to control the semiconductor, the hardware supply chain today, because this is so critical to our existence, to our devices and our society. So there is going to be a big challenge that is happening. But the biggest thing that the world is recognizing, that no longer you can only go to the low-cost countries to get your smart chips and smart devices. You have to go to trusted geographies. Trust is becoming one of the biggest factors in procuring hardware, and I think this is a trend that will continue. I will come to some solutions and some thoughts. What are the things that we need to think as societies when we go forward? Can we come to the next slide, please? Go forward, please. Yes, please. Number 1. I think all states, Indonesia presents itself as the number 3 or number 4 internet user base in the world. China, India, Indonesia, America, USA, and then probably Russia. They are the 4 or 5 biggest internet users in the world. We need to strengthen our digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty encompasses security, cyber security, but state or domestically built platforms. Data to be stored locally in your countries. Today, with the cloud, data is could be stored anywhere in the world, and we don't have rights on that data. So number 1 is we need to think about how do we strengthen our digital sovereignty, put technology, localized technology, nationalized technology, and put data under your control, under your laws. Number 2, we have to mitigate this AI arms race. We have to ensure that this is one of the top discussion items in the multilateral bodies globally, is that we all agree to non-weaponization of AI. We all agree to AI being used for good and for societal benefit, and not weaponized the way we have seen payments being weaponized in the past. A lot of technology trust has to be built into the supply chains. A lot of domestic manufacturing of these smart devices has to be done locally. This is my prescription to all societies, Indonesia including, that we have to start verifying and trusting the devices locally, and trusting the supply chain locally, so that we have more control on what we are putting inside our phones, our computers, our cars, our critical infrastructure. Last slide, please. There is a big talk going on globally on what is called the One Future Alliance. One Future Alliance encompasses AI for society, talks about technology for good. And I think countries need to seriously look at it. This was discussed extensively in the G20 presidency of Indonesia and then the G20 presidency of India. and for emerging and middle-income countries, building a common shared digital and distributed public infrastructure is something that we need to think about under the One Future Alliance. And then as we go along, we have to, as I said, do a lot of localized and manufacturing, and same thing we have to do with R&D in emerging technologies, joint cooperation, but technology needs to be owned by local countries, should be trusted by local societies rather than imposed and shared, which is what is causing all the problems that we have seen so far. And I think the world, the last point I would make is that I think we have to actively look at banning of keeping the state and technology separate. We have to separate the state ownership of technology platforms globally, because those technology platforms become a direct instrument of the state, and there is not one but hundreds and thousands of evidences of state control and meddling with other countries' internal affairs using these platforms as a geopolitical tool. So I will rest my presentation with this, giving what are the concerns, what we are seeing as global trends, but also a 5-6 point agenda of finding solutions for really using technology for development or data for development, and globalizing what is called the distributed digital public infrastructure, and helping each society achieve its own goals rather than depending on a few big tech companies globally. Thank you.
Let's give applause to Mr. Arvin. What a great speech from him. I mean, he has given us a global perspective on the digital technology, and not only that, from his broad knowledge on digital technology, he has also given us 6 recommendations for us that we can follow, and when we can discuss later during the Q&A session. Now let's hear from the Indonesian perspective. We have 2 Indonesian speakers. Now let's give a chance to Mr. Sulistyo, the Deputy from the National Cyber and Crypto Agency. I'm sure he will learn lots of interesting things, considering that there are so many incidents on cybersecurity in Indonesia. 15 minutes for you, sir.
Terima kasih Pak Moderator. Saya ingin menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia supaya saya tidak salah menyampaikan kebijakan yang ada dari pemerintah, sehingga tidak ada salah penggunaan kata ataupun hal-hal lain yang berkaitan dengan kebijakan. Terima kasih, Profesor.
Pak Deputy Sulistyo will speak in Bahasa Indonesia. So for those international participants, feel free to use the translation machine. And we have live translator at the back. Thank you. Carry on.
Oke. Baik, terima kasih Profesor. Saya izin menyampaikan salam dari Pak Kepala, Pak Hinsa Siburian, yang semula beliau akan hadir, namun karena ada keperluan lain beliau tidak bisa hadir pada kesempatan ini, dan beliau mendelegasikannya kepada saya selaku Deputi Bidang Keamanan Siber dan Sandi, Pemerintahan dan Pembangunan Manusia. Oke, next slide. Tentu Indonesia ketika ingin membangun keamanan dan ketahanan sibernya itu berangkat dari konstitusi kita di dalam pembukaan UUD 45 jelas menyampaikan melindungi segenap bangsa Indonesia dan seluruh tumpah darah Indonesia, memajukan kesejahteraan umum, mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa, dan ikut melaksanakan ketertiban dunia yang berdasarkan kemerdekaan, perdamaian abadi, dan keadilan sosial. Inilah kemudian yang menjadi hal mendasar yang ingin kami dari BSSN sesuai dengan Peraturan Presiden Nomor 28 Tahun 2021, di mana tugas BSSN adalah melaksanakan tugas pemerintahan di bidang keamanan siber dan sandi, dan untuk membantu Presiden menjalankan pemerintahan. Artinya apa? Artinya bahwa keinginan untuk memakmurkan, mensejahterakan, dan juga ikut berperan serta di dalam perdamaian dunia dengan bagaimana membangun keamanan siber di Indonesia itu sendiri. Dan Bapak Presiden pada amanatnya di pertemuan G20 sesi 3 beliau menyampaikan 3 hal yang menjadi fokus untuk mendorong transformasi digital untuk mempercepat pemulihan global adalah kesetaraan akses digital, literasi digital, dan lingkungan digital yang aman. Kebocoran data akibat kejahatan siber berpotensi menimbulkan kerugian hingga 5 triliun dolar AS pada tahun 2024. Bapak Ibu semua, di dalam Perpres 28/2021 jelas disebutkan tugas BSSN itu adalah membantu Presiden menjalankan tugas pemerintahan di bidang keamanan siber dan sandi. Walaupun sepertinya hal ini sangat sederhana, namun kalau kita lihat bahwa framework keamanan siber tidak hanya berkaitan dengan kalimat yang sangat sederhana tadi, yaitu keamanan siber dan sandi. Kita tahu bahwa frameworknya itu adalah bagaimana proses bisnis dari kemampuan untuk memproteksi, kemudian juga mendeteksi, identifikasi, dan penanggulangan serta pemulihan. Dan untuk itu, kita bisa melihat bahwa memang sudah ada perkembangan yang signifikan. Bisa kita lihat dari Global Cyber Security Index, ya, Indonesia sudah mengalami kenaikan yang luar biasa, bahwa di dalam Global Cyber Security Index kita sudah masuk ke tier 1. Artinya bahwa Indonesia sudah mengalami perkembangan yang signifikan tentang bagaimana menata kelola keamanan siber dan sandi di Indonesia. Namun demikian, di balik itu semua kita masih bisa melihat bahwa sering terjadi kebocoran data yang terjadi di Indonesia, dan ini kebocoran data ini menyerang terutama adalah layanan-layanan elektronik yang dikelola oleh pemerintahan, dan juga ada beberapa kebocoran data yang dikelola oleh instansi swasta. Oleh karena itu di sini dari yang dipaparkan oleh Profesor dan tadi Pak Gupta tadi jelas disebut ya bahwa serangan siber berbasis AI itu sudah sangat masif. Ada dominansi dari beberapa big tech company yang kemudian juga menjadikan sebuah kebergantungan di Indonesia. Next slide. Dan kemudian ketika kita bicara infrastruktur yang ada di Indonesia, kita sangat bergantung kepada infrastruktur administrasi, infrastruktur informasi vital, atau di dalam nomenklatur umum disebut sebagai Critical Information Protection (CIP). Ya, itu di sektor administrasi pemerintahan, kemudian energi, transportasi, keuangan, kesehatan, teknologi informasi, dan lainnya. Yang mana semua kita sangat bergantung kepada infrastruktur kritikal ini. Dan di dalam konsep bagaimana pengambilan keputusan berbasis data, ya, itu akan terus berkembang, di mana peran dari cloud computing, Internet of Things, dan AI menjadi peranan yang sangat penting. Dan ini akan menjadikan pengambilan keputusan atau decision making berbasis data menjadi objektif, akurat, efisien, dan akuntabel. Dan untuk itu, maka Indonesia sudah membuat Indonesia Vision 2045. Next slide. Yang mana tantangannya itu salah satunya adalah bagaimana membangun sebuah ekosistem AI yang mana pada saat sekarang itu masih nation AI ecosystem, artinya sesuatu yang masih baru dimulai di Indonesia. Ekosistemnya baru berkembang, baru dibentuk, dan ini tentu membutuhkan kerjasama tidak hanya dari pemain swasta ataupun juga dari industri ataupun big tech internasional. Dan untuk itu dari BRIN, Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, sudah membuat yang namanya Strategi Nasional Kecerdasan Artifisial di Indonesia dengan memprioritaskan kepada 5 fokus area. Yang pertama adalah health services atau kesehatan, kemudian birokrasi, education and research, food security, dan mobility and smart cities. Namun itu semua sampai dengan sekarang, ya, permasalahan yang utama seperti yang disebutkan oleh Mr. Gupta tadi adalah bagaimana ketertinggalan kita ya sebagai sebuah negara untuk membangun regulasi ataupun undang-undang yang menjadi sebuah mandatori semua stakeholder untuk melaksanakan poin-poin penting di dalam undang-undang itu. Dan ini mengikat semua pihak sehingga ada unsur paksa. Next slide. Nah, untuk melaksanakan itu semua, di Indonesia kita bisa lihat dari kerangka peraturan perundangan yang ada di Indonesia sekarang. Ya, di dalam pengaturan keamanan dan ketahanan siber, ya tidak ada satu undang-undang yang mengatur itu. Ya, spesifik untuk keamanan dan ketahanan siber. Yang ada adalah hanya di PP 71 tahun 2019, peraturan pemerintah tahun 71 tahun 2019 tentang penyelenggaraan sistem dan transaksi elektronik, dan hanya disebutkan di dalam pasal 94 dan 99. Dan kemudian yang lainnya hanya berdasarkan peraturan presiden maupun juga peraturan badan tentang bagaimana proses bisnis dari keamanan cyber yang ada di Indonesia berinteraksi. Namun sekali lagi ya, sifatnya hanya voluntary. Voluntary apa artinya? Seperti kalau dalam hukum Islam itu ada mubah ya. Mubah itu hukum yang paling bawah, di mana ketika BSSN menyampaikan notifikasi ataupun rekomendasi akan adanya celah keamanan ataupun potensial threat di dalam sistem elektronik milik pemerintah, swasta ataupun publik, itu tidak ada kewajiban untuk melaksanakan mandatori ataupun untuk melaksanakan rekomendasi itu. Jadi sifatnya sangat-sangat voluntary. Beberapa kejadian insiden siber yang di Indonesia terjadi, ketika kami lakukan evaluasi, ya ternyata bahwa hal itu terjadi mereka tidak melaksanakan apa yang sudah direkomendasikan oleh BSSN melalui notifikasi yang sudah dikirimkan. Dan ini terjadi terus secara berulang. Jadi kita bisa lihat bahwa di kerangka peraturan yang ada di Indonesia belum adanya undang-undang ketahanan dan keamanan siber. Tetapi baru di aturan-aturan berupa peraturan pemerintah maupun di peraturan presiden dan peraturan badan. Next slide. Nah, tadi Pak Gupta juga sudah menjelaskan ya bagaimana serangan siber yang bersifat sosial ya, membangun persepsi negatif, ya, kemudian juga yang bersifat technical, ya, itu berbasis AI. Yang ada sekarang di Indonesia ini semua sudah terjadi. Ya, Pak Gupta tadi menjelaskan tentang bagaimana intervensi dari AI yang dimanfaatkan di dalam proses kampanye di pemilu, ataupun juga AI dimanfaatkan dalam serangan-serangan yang bersifat taktikal. Kita bisa melihat bahwa di Indonesia tren serangan siber yang sekarang banyak terjadi itu adalah berbasis malware. Karena di BSSN itu melakukan monitoring terhadap anomali traffic yang masuk di Indonesia, bahwa dari 3 tahun terakhir aktivitas malware di Indonesia itu menyebabkan terjadinya insiden sebanyak 40-60% disebabkan oleh malware. Kenapa ini terjadi? Terjadi karena setidaknya ada 3 hal. Yang pertama adalah banyaknya dipakai masih software bajakan. Ya, kemudian yang berikutnya adalah lisensinya sudah habis, ya. Yang ketiga adalah tidak digunakannya antivirus. Itu terjadi di Indonesia. Jadi bagaimana comply terhadap aturan-aturan tidak pakai software bajakan, kemudian juga memasang antivirus, itu tidak difahami oleh para pemangku kepentingan yang menggunakan sistem elektronik di Indonesia, sehingga permasalahan ini terus berulang. BSSN selalu menyampaikan rekomendasinya, tetapi karena sifatnya voluntary, tidak ada unsur paksa. Ya, BSSN nggak punya unsur paksa. Ini menjadi satu kelemahan di dalam bagaimana tata kelola keamanan siber di Indonesia. Kemudian next di slide halaman 8 mengenai strategi keamanan siber. Please to slide number 10 and number 8, strategi keamanan siber. Jadi untuk menanggulangi itu semua, Indonesia sudah punya yang namanya strategi keamanan siber nasional. Dan kita patut beruntung sebagai bangsa Indonesia karena kita adalah negara ke-10 di ASEAN yang sudah punya strategi keamanan siber nasional. Jadi negara ASEAN ada 10, kita yang paling terakhir, tapi alhamdulillah lah kita sudah punya. Strategi keamanan siber nasional ini ya adalah sebagai acuan kita para pemangku kepentingan keamanan siber yang terdiri dari penyelenggara negara, pelaku usaha, akademia maupun komunitas untuk mencapai tujuan dari keamanan dan ketahanan siber itu, yaitu mewujudkan keamanan siber, melindungi ekosistem perekonomian digital nasional, meningkatkan kekuatan dan kapabilitas keamanan siber, dan yang terakhir adalah mengutamakan kepentingan nasional dan mendukung terciptanya ruang siber global terbuka, aman, stabil, dan bertanggung jawab. Melalui fokus area sebagai berikut. Yang pertama tata kelola, manajemen risiko, kesiapsiagaan dan ketahanan, perlindungan infrastruktur informasi vital atau CIP, kemudian kemandirian kriptografi nasional. Tadi Pak Gupta menyebut bagaimana kita harus kemudian membangun kemandirian ini tidak bergantung kepada negara lain. Kemudian pembangunan kapabilitas, kapasitas dan kualitas. Yang berikutnya kebijakan keamanan siber. Ini kaitannya dengan bagaimana regulasi ya yang setingkat dengan undang-undang di Indonesia belum ada. Yang terakhir adalah kerjasama internasional. Jadi setidaknya kita jauh ya kalau mau membuat sebuah aliansi tentang keamanan siber ya, tapi upaya-upaya yang bersifat bagaimana membangun hubungan kerjasama dengan negara lain seperti dengan Rusia, dengan Amerika, dengan China, dengan negara-negara besar itu diupayakan, termasuk kita aktif di dalam forum-forum di level UN ataupun di regional ASEAN. Next slide. Nah, di Indonesia ada beberapa pendekatan yang dilakukan oleh pemerintah untuk bagaimana dalam waktu dekat bisa merespon insiden-insiden siber yang terjadi. Dan di sini BSSN membuat yang namanya tim tanggap insiden siber atau CISRT, Computer Security Incident Response Team, dan ini masuk sebagai salah satu dari rencana pembangunan jangka menengah di tahun 2019 sampai dengan 2024 dan merupakan program prioritas nasional. Dari target pembentukan CISRT 131 sampai dengan 2024 dan alhamdulillah sudah terbentuk per 22 Agustus ini ada 257. Artinya tidak hanya berupa terbentuknya CISRT sebagai sebuah kelembagaan, tetapi bagaimana BSSN mengkonsolidasikan semua tim tanggap insiden yang tersebar di berbagai sektor, apakah di sektor administrasi pemerintahan, sektor swasta maupun sektor publik, bisa kemudian saling berkolaborasi, berbagi informasi, dan kemudian bagaimana bergerak secara sistematis ketika terjadi insiden siber. Kemampuan untuk melakukan proses pemulihan yang cepat sehingga layanan-layanan publik ataupun layanan sistem elektronik yang dikelola tidak kemudian mengganggu aktivitas masyarakat. Next slide. Nah, ini salah satu kolaborasi antara Indonesia dengan Rusia yang sudah ditandatangani tentang bagaimana Indonesia dan Rusia menjalin kerjasama bilateral, dan lingkup kerjasamanya itu adalah yang pertama sistem pencegahan dan respon bersama, kemudian simulasi tanggap ancaman, stabilitas jaringan informasi dan internet, membangun kepercayaan dalam penggunaan TIK, perlindungan data informasi lintas batas, pertukaran informasi tentang regulasi, pengembangan kerangka hukum internasional, dan beberapa implementasi kerjasama yang saya highlight di sini adalah tentang bagaimana berjalannya konsultasi antara lembaga tingkat tinggi di tahun 2022 dan dimulai tahun 2022 dan terus berjalan sampai dengan sekarang. Kemudian bagaimana mengikut sertakan ahli-ahli Rusia sebagai narasumber pada kegiatan uji publik manajemen krisis siber. Ini dua hal penting yang menjadi highlight bagi kami di BSSN tentang bagaimana kerjasama keamanan siber antara pemerintah Indonesia dengan pemerintah Rusia berjalan, dan ada beberapa rekomendasi yang terus dikembangkan, yaitu yang pertama adalah kerjasama penelitian dan pengembangan khususnya spesifik di bidang keamanan siber, kemudian pertukaran pengetahuan dan keahlian dan pengembangan startup teknologi, kemudian bagaimana membangun standar dan kebijakan, yang kelima kemitraan industri, yang keenam pertukaran teknologi, yang ketujuh adalah program inovasi bersama. Kiranya demikian Pak Moderator yang bisa saya sampaikan, lebih kurangnya saya mohon maaf. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much Pak Deputi Sulistyo. Next, last but not least, we have Pak Aswin Sasongko, Mr. Aswin Sasongko from the National ICT Council. 15 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you. Satu. Thank you. My name is Aswin from the Indonesian National ICT Council. And first of all, I just want to mention that the chair of the Indonesian National Council, currently Mr. Ilham Habibi, cannot come to this meeting because of his other activities outside Jakarta. Indonesian National ICT Council is an advisory body, so it gives advisory to the various ministries, various offices, various agencies, various institutions. It is funded by the Bappenas, National Development Agencies, and especially in the ICT, public policies and regulations. Now, first of all, I would like to talk about the digital transformation as Mr. Sulis has mentioned. The President has already mentioned it several times about the importance of the digital transformations. Now in Indonesia, it is already, as was shown before, it is already mentioned in the medium-term development, which is Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Menengah Nasional, Medium-Term Development Plan 2020 to 2024. And recently, it is also already enacted at the long-term development plan, which includes digital transformation. The long-term development plan, which is a new act, a new undang-undang, Act number 59, 2024, has been just enacted, and there are 17 plans for development, and one of them is digital transformations. So basically, up to the act, up to the presidential decree for medium-term development plan, the digital transformation is already included. Now, it is also important to note that in the long-term development plan, which has just been enacted as a new law, it was also mentioned quite in detail about the ecosystem of digital transformation development plan. Now, I do not want to elaborate it here because it is very long, but basically we are talking about the supply, demand, technology, and technical as well as social activities that should be developed in Indonesia. But it is, you can find it in our new law number 59, 2024. So this is basically the basic, the basic policies and regulation in Indonesia. More detail has been provided by Mr. Sulistyo before. Now, let's talk a bit about the technical side. Now, if you talk about the ICT main infrastructures, we have the so-called telecommunication infrastructures, like Telkomsel, XL, and so on, which is operated by local companies, Telkomsel and so on, BizNet and so on, are local companies, but also operated by foreign operators, just like in Indonesia now, which one is discussed a lot is about Starlink, for example, telecommunication, but not only that, we already have Turaya, satellites, and so on. So you can buy satellite phone anywhere in Indonesia, by online or going to the shop. So we have telecommunication services operated by local and foreign. This is under Act 3699, which is Telecommunication Act. On top of that, we have the so-called internet services. Now it is interesting to note that our internet here, the one being used is the internet services by Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, which is an US institutions based in LA. Now, this is what we are using our internet today in the whole Indonesia. Now, on top of that, we have the applications, operators, both local and foreign operators. As mentioned before, we have local and foreign operators from WhatsApp, Zoom, and so on. Also local operators. And on top of that, we have a lot of contents. Contents already provided by local operators, by foreign operators, but also by UGC, the user-generated content, which may sometimes cause a lot of social problem. Hoax, fake news, framed news, and so on. So this is basically the operation today. Now, ICANN operator, the internet operator here, Indonesia is supported by two Indonesian institutions. That is, DNS is provided by PANDI, Pengelola Nama Domain Internet Indonesia, Indonesian Domain Name Association, something like that. An IP address, an AS number, autonomous number, is provided by Indonesian Network Information Center, an organization under APJI, Asosiasi Penyelenggara Jasa Internet Indonesia, the Association of Internet Service Providers in Indonesia. Now, on top of that, you have broadcasting. Broadcasting Indonesia is provided by two broadcasting systems. One is directly by telecommunication services, using antenna and so on. Secondly, using the internet services. So basically, this is the ICT main infrastructure in Indonesia. Now, let's talk first about telecommunications. Mr. Gupta has mentioned that in telecommunication that a lot of domination of Chinese companies. In Indonesia, there's Huawei, ZTE, and so on, you name it. Also, and many other products. Basically, Indonesia follow the UNITU. Can you go to the next slide, please? Right. Oh, no problem. In telecommunication, we follow the UNITU guidelines for various technical aspects. And it is important to note here that Indonesia also signed the WTO, World Trade Organization ITA agreement, and World Trade Organization moratorium on custom duties on electronic transmission. What does it mean? It means that imported IT product in Indonesia, the tariff should be going lower and lower and lower. That is basically what this WTO agreement means. Now, in telecommunication sector, although the products are imported, but it has to be tested in accordance to the Indonesian regulations. And the President has just, for example, inaugurated the IDTH, Indonesian Digital Test House in Depok, a few months ago. Now, in this case, I would like to mention that it is important to note that since 1976, we already do the so-called digital transformation in the telecommunication sector. We are producing digital central telephone, digital phone, and so on and so on. Both, they are all produced in Bandung. We are also produce the telecommunication system and television and so on. So this is digital transformation in the telecommunication sector. The next one is about internet and intranet. The first Indonesian intranet was introduced many years ago by the development of Micro IPTechNet Science and Technology Network in 1993. We set up the so-called a small intranet connecting many universities and as well as many research institutions. The model is more or less similar with ARPANET, the previous system before internet operated by ICANN. And in 1984, this intranet was then connected using TCP/IP, the Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol, with the US ICANN Internet. This is what is happening now. And one important point about intranet is that in the Presidential Decree 95/2018 on the e-government system, sistem pemerintahan berbasis electronics, it is clearly mentioned that we have to develop the so-called government intranet system, jaringan intra pemerintah. Now it is being studied, and perhaps we can go further with our Russian partner to discuss about cooperation in this field, for example. Now, based on the same regulations, we also developed the national data centers and so on. Now, perhaps it is important to note here that in the ICANN forum, for example, we also discuss a lot of issues about technical side of this intranet, both with Russian GAC members as well as with many GAC members, as how to make our intranet together in the country. Because intranet is important because it is separated from internet, so we hope that it is more and more safer than if it is connected to the internet. Of course, it can be connected to the internet, but through a very highly controlled gateways, not so many gateways like what we have today. Now, after the internet, we have the application and contents. Now, as mentioned before, for application and content, we have content provided by companies, provided by UGC, and so on. What are the problems here? The problem both are technical as well as social problem, social technical problem, because we have so many illegal content and so on that should be blocked, but still blocking system is cannot or difficult to block all all illegal content. Now it is important to note here that since many applications, including related services, are still imported or using local foreign operator, local industry are still needed to be further developed for this application as well as content. Now, just to give you an example, in Indonesian universities, for example, many of the LMS, learning management system, are developed based on Moodle open source system. So we can still, it is some sort of part of possible cooperations for to develop applications. Now, local contents, local contents are developing very fast. But local content, as you know, is especially local contents which is really Indonesian's type. Based on Indonesian cultures, based on Indonesian language, and so on. I think one of them is, for example, the internationalized domain names. We are using, am I correct, Pak Yudo? Internationalized domain names, yeah, because Pak Yudo and I developed this one, so I hope that it is working very well now. Now, technical activities. Now, related to the technical activities, I think what Pak Sulis mentioned is quite important. Technical activities, we know the technical activities, and most of them, most important is that Indonesia already adopted the ISO IEC information cyber safety management system into Indonesian national standard, SNI we call it, Standard National Indonesia. We already adopt ISO IEC 27001 cyber security management system into Indonesian national standard. Now, well, Indonesian national standard is like ROS standard in Russia, more or less. And we also develop other standards. For example, data center is following SNI 8799, for example. Now, perhaps one of the important points is that, as Pak Sulis mentioned, we already have the technical standard, but to implement that standard is not so easy. It is rather difficult, of course. You need some funding to implement 27001 certifications. You need to look after it from certified to recertify it from every every years or every 2 years and so on. Now, other things that we could discuss perhaps is the many possible cooperation in the ICT sector. I mentioned already about technical communication, telecommunications, about applications, and about intranet, government intranet, which is already mentioned that we have to develop it, but we have not yet developed it further. So those kind of things can be discussed further, more, of course, in more technical sides. For example, in the term of reference of this meeting, for example, one of the first technical side this mentioned was in semiconductor. Now semiconductor is the basis of all ICT product. Every ICT product hardware needs a semiconductor. Now we can discuss further because what Indonesia do in semiconductor, we have a very high chip design capabilities. Chip design capabilities have been done in Indonesia many years, and we have developing it very fast. But since foundry is not available, for example, then the activity of foundry needs to be carried out in other countries. Now, however, we have experiences on many various PN junctions problems. I mean, if you are familiar with electrical technology, everybody knows about PN junction, which is diode, whatever, transistor, and so on. However, it has to be mentioned that we have a lot of material knowledge here, and also the resources. We have silicon, boron, nickel are available in Indonesia. Now, chip testing and encapsulation capabilities have been developed locally. In Indonesia, we have already chip testing facilities and encapsulation facilities, although not so big. Now, currently, it is quite important to note that semiconductor industrial development is one of the coordinating Minister of Economic Development Indonesia priorities. So they discuss it quite often. So perhaps this is one of the possible cooperation that we can discuss further. As mentioned before, we have a lot of semiconductor needs, not only in Indonesia, but also in the world. So with this, I would like to finalize my comment, and I hope we can discuss further for more possible cooperation. Thank you.
Pak Aswin. Okay, so we still have about 15 minutes for Q&A. Feel free. Please mention your name and institution. We have 4 great speakers on the stage. Yes, please. Mike, runner, do we have? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question to Mr. Gupta. You mentioned one very important thesis, that the state should be put away from communication, so big communication lines and so. But actually what we see in the world is exactly the opposite, that each state, for reasons which are quite reasonable, do everything to control its sovereign territory in terms of information, in terms of flows of data and so on. And it's difficult to deny that that should happen, because that is security, not just cyber security, but general security. But how to reconcile those two things? And for example, if we watch the episode with Mr. Durov and Telegram, what is it? Is it part of this new trend that transnational platforms will be localized, or probably who will prevail? And second question, if possible, to the last Indonesian speaker, you mentioned intranet, the necessity to create the local connection lines. Do you see a perspective that after a while the global internet will disappear while intranets of different scale will replace it?
Question, one for Mr. Gupta and the second question for Mr. Aswin. Please, Mr. Gupta.
For that excellent question, and to give clarity on that, I expect this kind of intervention from you only. I think we have to understand that states should own critical assets in their own countries. But the moment it becomes a transnational platform, as another country, I will be very wary of using technology which is indirectly or directly owned by some other country. And that is the indirect ownership that worries the technology platforms a lot. And that is the point I'm trying to make, that local ownership of your critical assets is highly desired for the reasons you said and I said: cybersecurity, data security, citizen privacy, AI in the future. All of that need to be locally owned, and that is those are the correct reasons. Whereas when the moment you come to any transnational platform, I think the ultimate beneficial owner question needs to be asked, whether there is a state control on that or not. So far it was perceived to be privately owned or owned by a few big tech entrepreneurs. The point I'm making is that is turning out to be a myth. Most of these big tech transnational platforms, most, I use the word carefully, are actually extension of the state, directly or indirectly. The question you asked about Telegram, a couple of things. We have a crypto encryption expert over here, so they can speak. I think my view, I will not take a view particularly on Telegram, but I think overall, one of the things that got mentioned by multiple speakers is state local regulation. Whether it was Elon Musk trying to defy the laws of Brazil, which I did not support, I think local laws and regulations take priority. A lot of these global companies, under the garb of freedom of speech and this farce that they have created, that we are protecting freedom of speech, they are no protectors of freedom of speech. They try to defy the local laws. In my opinion, local regulation, local laws are supreme. Societal context is the most important context. No big tech company can come to our society, whether that's Russia, that's India, that's Indonesia, and tell us what is correct for us or not. And I think Telegram also needs to respect that. But I mean, further than that, I can't comment. But overall, as a theory, as a philosophy, I think that is the underlying philosophy that I hold good.
Question on the intranet.
I think Fyodor is asking, will countries start having a trend of walled gardens, like the way China has shown us? I think that's the question, if I can interpret.
Well, hello.
Sorry.
Hello. Just try to hello. Okay. Yes, I'll try to speak a bit louder previously. Yeah, perhaps I just want to add something about that. First of all, about as Mr. Gupta mentioned on the, not yet on intranet, but as Mr. Gupta mentioned about regulations. Indonesia, as Pak Sulis mentioned, we have the Undang-Undang Informasi dan Transaksi Elektronik, Electronic Information and Transaction Act. The basic idea of this law is that every electronic information and data electronic can enter Indonesia unless it is illegal. So it is important to note that one. It is different, for example, with in Indonesian, what, for example, law on movie. All movie Indonesia should goes through a particular review first by a particular agencies before it can be shown in the movie theater. But in the electronic content, it can goes to Indonesia unless it is illegal. If it is illegal, then it has to be subject to, it has to be blocked, or if it can goes, it will be the provider of that content will be requested to take down the content. So basically, this is the law in Indonesia. Now, in the internet operations, it has to be remembered that ICANN, because we are using ICANN in US ICANN internet, the requirement is that the operation in Indonesia should be done by multi-stakeholders. Now, that is the regulation, and that's why Indonesia is operated by PANDI, Indonesian Domain Name Operators, and APJI, Association of Internet Service Providers. That's basically how we carry out the internet operations. Now, about the intranet, it is mentioned clearly in the presidential decree that for the government, we have to set up jaringan intra pemerintah, the government secured intranet, if you like to call it. GSI is quite common, and many countries has already done it. Indonesia plan to do it also. So we just have to do it. And the problem, of course, is if you have a small intranet, it is easy to make. But if you are going to make a big intranet for the whole Indonesia, then we are talking about IP numbers, about security, about communication, about communication between this island and that island, what kind of equipment we have to use, the protocol, and so on and so on. So it is more, if I say, more complicated than if we have a small intranet for a particular services. Another one is that, perhaps just to mention about security, because this is highly discussed in Indonesia. One of the discussion is that the security culture here still has to be developed further. I mean, my friend from Russia now, if you are here for quite a few days or a few weeks, then you can see people outside using motorbike without helm, for example, and going, across the road, not in accordance to the regulation for traffic. So that is kind of things we can see on the street. What does it mean? It means the culture for security, for safety, still has to be developed. Now, if in the physical space, you don't have that strong culture on security and safety, then we need in the cyberspace, it may also happen the same thing. So that is the case where we are doing a lot of the Indonesian National ICT Council is promoting a lot of asking the many government agencies to promote the culture, the ethics for security and safety. So because it is important, not only the regulations, not only but starting from the people, we have to question, okay, this is not safe, I have to be careful. So that's kind of things that we would like to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Aswin. Do we have the next question? Yes, please, Nelson.
Here is a question to Professor Petsarev. You are an IT expert on AI as well. My question is regarding artificial intelligence. In your opinion, the fast development of AI, which has a big impact to humanities, to every country actually, but not every country masters the tricks of AI. So for countries that are advanced in artificial intelligence, do you think it is actually fair for AI to be shared as a modern technology among all countries? Or do you think it is fair for countries to keep that for themselves, to strengthen their competitiveness? Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson, for your question. Well, To my opinion, as I've already told during my presentation, yes, nowadays we can see that AI technologies, they penetrate into our daily life, so we are using a lot of a lot of applications with the artificial intelligence, intelligent insight, and of course it is this issue is also an issue that well-developed nations, they would like to keep their leadership in this field because, of course, then they can, let's say, dictate their will to less developed states and, for example, maybe to tell them that if you don't conduct this or that policy, they can try to disconnect them from different AI technologies, for example. And this is also a problem because, of course, yes, when we are teaching, for example, neural networks, of course, we still do using this TensorFlow framework, and this is a product of Google. That's it. That's also our that shows our vulnerability from Western technologies. That's the point. And of course, it is necessary to try to develop our own AI-based technologies. But this demands a huge computational powers and so on. And of course, discussing our maybe the recent innovation devoted to the AI technologies, these large language models, LLMs, they also have several base LLM models, but they also are the product of Western companies. Let's say OpenAI, Meta, Microsoft, and a few others. That's the point. So we also, yes, we need to think about developing the alternatives. And my point of view that we need to try to collaborate with another non-Western countries. For example, it's just a good idea to think about the collaboration between different BRICS countries and to join our forces on that issues. And maybe to develop the BRICS LLM model, which would answer the demands of BRICS countries. That will be a good alternative, to my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Gupta wants to add something, but before Mr. Gupta add more explanation, I would like to mention to you that at 3 p.m. later, there will be a fire alarm, and it's just a drill, so no need to be panic, okay? Welcome to Indonesia. Okay, so please, Mr. Gupta.
3 o'clock, so yes. The drill starts. To Mr. Nelson Wong's question, I just wanted to add what Professor Constantine just said. The AI race has just started. There is no leader yet. Go back to the early days of the internet when there was Yahoo's and Alta Vista, and suddenly Google won the race. So this race is not decided. I think it is the most important. It's going to be a most important innovation. Countries will not share their innovation, or entrepreneurs will not share their innovation with each other. Where there is a need to share is three things: infrastructure, which is the core data centers, the processing power. 2, I don't think so. We should let other countries or platforms use our data to build their LLMs. So there should be control on who can use what data. That's where cooperation on standards and ethics will happen. And lastly, certain societal SDG goals can be solved by AI. And that's where cooperation can happen, which is not based on innovation and startups and valuation, but more on societal development. So I think we'll have to separate out societal goals vis-a-vis innovation and entrepreneurship goals, which every society will like to keep a competitive advantage on.
Each speaker to have 1 minute closing statement, and then after that we'll have coffee break. Further question and answer, you can ask the honorary speakers during the coffee break or during the doorstop. Starting from Mr. Aswin, 1 minute closing statement.
I think what I would like to add here is that from my point of view, there are a lot of possibilities for possible cooperation between Indonesia and Russia in telecommunication, in internet development or intranet development, as well in many applications. So there are a lot of possible cooperation in this field, both hardware and software, and as well as the standard, as well as other development, further development of the ICT sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Aswin. Pak Sulis.
Pak Yudo, jadi dari BSSN menyampaikan bahwa dari transformasi digital di situasi yang kompleks dan dinamis ini perlu ada kolaborasi strategis antar negara, dalam hal ini antara pemerintah Rusia dan pemerintah Indonesia. Termasuk di dalamnya adalah bagaimana memanfaatkan potensi teknologi baru seperti AI dan IoT untuk menggunakannya sebagai sebuah solusi yang inovatif dalam memperkuat industri keamanan siber khususnya di Indonesia maupun juga pemanfaatannya juga di Rusia. Dan dalam menghadapi tantangan itu kita harus memastikan bahwa adaptasi teknologi disertai juga dengan langkah ketika terjadi insiden siber, dan kita harus mampu untuk melakukan mitigasi risiko atas insiden-insiden yang terjadi. Terima kasih.
Yeah, I would like to end with one simple example, taking from what Mr. Nelson Wong asked as a question. There was one of the largest data producers is payments data, how we make payment every day. When we pay for tea, coffee, food outside, for our Grab taxis, for our Gojek rides or food or whatever else. So far this was controlled by Visa and MasterCard. Yes. And Russia has shown that suddenly there is a system called MIR, because Visa and MasterCard don't operate in Russia any longer. But MIR can, and everything can be paid by MIR. In a short span of 18 months, the whole country has transformed from using Visa and MasterCard to MIR. In India, Visa and MasterCard exist, but a local system called UPI beats them 10:1. So, and produces more data today, about 16 billion transactions a month, 500 million a day. So the point I'm going to give with that example is technology has to be done locally. There's a lot of local solutions available. And these big duopolies can be defeated if there is a local intent and local innovation. And this race is not over.
Thank you. Professor.
The chairman, so what can I add? Every day there appear new kinds of advanced technologies, and every day there appear new challenges and new kinds of malicious use of those technologies. Let's take these recent explosions of pagers in Lebanon. So there's also a new kind of how they can use our devices, smart devices, maliciously. That's the problem. And so what can we do? What should we need to do? To my opinion, we need to think about, of course, to the intensification of interstate cooperation and joint our efforts because on that issues, because only in this case we can overcome the challenges coming from advanced technologies. But to my opinion, this is this should be a topic of a special session. Thank you.
So with that, let's hope that this session will be a great start of further collaboration between Russia and Indonesia on the digital technology. Thank you for all the great speakers and all great participants. Let's have coffee break. Thank you so much. Let's give applause to all of us.
Thank you, Mr. Yudhogiri Sucahyo, for chairing the panel session and discussion, and also thank you for all the speakers. Now I kindly invite all the speakers to come to the foyer of Sumba Room for the media doorstop. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now taking a break. You may have 10 minutes to have the coffee break served in front of this meeting room. Thank you and good afternoon.
because both Russia and Indonesia are great maritime powers. We both have quite long maritime frontiers, ocean frontiers. We both have the naval component of our armed forces, the very important for us. And now we would like to discuss the perspective of the maritime or oceanic context of the global geopolitics, how it is influenced in the current very difficult and very tense geopolitical situation, and what we can do together to promote in peace and stability in the zone of Indian and Pacific Oceans. And we have a wonderful panel of experts with me, and let me start from Moscow, from Admiral Sergei Avakians. Admiral Avakians was commander of the Pacific Fleet of the Russian Navy for more than 10 years, and he is now the director of the Center of the World Military Economy and Strategy of the Higher School of Economics in Moscow. Unfortunately, Admiral Avakians couldn't join us here in Jakarta, but he is ready to speak online from Moscow. So, Comrade Admiral, please, if you hear us, the floor is yours.
Да, все. Добрый день. Разрешите приветствовать всех участников нашей встречи, выразить вам свое уважение. Хотел бы начать с того, что все мировое сообщество вступило в очень интересный и в то же время непредсказуемый исторический отрезок своего развития. Последние 500 лет в основу миропорядка была положена западная модель развития, основными принципами функционирования которой являлись тотальная гегемония западного мира, непрерывное расширение его господства, существование глобальной метрополии, которая грабила мировую периферию, то есть более слабые государства и регионы, и за счет этого обеспечивала свое опережающее развитие. Гегемония эта базировалась в первую очередь на технологическом превосходстве, в том числе в военной сфере, и подкреплялась определенными идеологическими установками, включая и геополитические построения, как, например, теория морской мощи, противостояние моря и суши, авторами которой являются англосаксы Мехен и Колумб. На данный момент эта модель существования западного мира себя исчерпала. Расширяться больше некуда. Грабить некого. И потенциал для этого уже отсутствует. Появились новые мощные центры силы в самых различных регионах планеты, включая Тихоокеанский регион. Технологическое преимущество Запада, экономическое могущество, доминирование военной области в значительной степени нивелировано и сходит на нет. Новая модель развития, которая базировалась на идеях инклюзивного капитализма, политической экологии, зеленой повестки, глобальной принудительной репрессивной медицине, мировым сообществом принята не была. Геополитические построения, такие как транстихоокеанское и трансатлантическое сообщество, реализованы не были. Глобальный Запад на данный момент находится в идеологическом тупике. Он мог бы предложить миру новый глобальный проект, основанный на сотрудничестве, а не на ограблении. Но для этого он должен он должен сам принципиально измениться, изменить себя, многим пожертвовать. Пойти на это западный мир не в состоянии. Поэтому сейчас он пытается выйти из исторического тупика проверенным способом. Развязать глобальный военный конфликт, нанести военное и экономическое поражение своим главным на данный момент геополитическим противникам – России и Китаю. Этим самым продлить свое существование. Это наглядно проглядывается в отношении Запада к позиции России в ходе конфликта на Украине. Запад не защищает Украину. Запад хочет уничтожить Россию, которая первая открыто бросила вызов западному гегемонизму и пытается найти новые магистральные пути дальнейшего развития человечества. В этом плане очень характерна позиция Запада по отношению к конфликта на Дальнем Востоке, той войне, которую ведет Израиль против Палестины. Гибнут дети, гибнут женщины, уничтожаются мирные города, наносятся удары по критической инфраструктуре, но осуждение со стороны Запада это не вызывает, потому что та война, которую ведет Израиль, не несет в себе угрозы именно западной модели развития. Еще раз подчеркну, исторический отрезок этот очень опасен и непредсказуем. Переход к новому миру не пройдет гладко и безболезненно. Впереди, очевидно, огромные тектонические сдвиги, которые неизбежно будут сопровождаться конфликтами и кризисами. Будущая модель мира пока не ясна. Существуют такие общие наброски. Главное, чтобы эти кризисы не переросли в глобальную катастрофу и разрешались относительно безболезненно. Очень важна позиция мирового сообщества, таких крупных и мощных региональных держав, как Индонезия. Ваша страна в содружестве с другими мощными державами, включая Россию, может стать стабилизирующим фактором в Тихоокеанском регионе, опираясь на новую геополитическую стратегию, в том числе и морскую стратегию. Многое из понятия морской мощи не ушло в прошлое и, наоборот, получило новое значение, новые краски. В первую очередь возросли такие направления и такие отделы морской мощи, как гражданское судоходство, магистральные трубопроводы, проложенные на дне Мирового океана, освоение шельфа, добыча водных ресурсов. В то же время значение морской силы как доминирующего фактора, определяющего морскую мощь, несколько нивелировано и с появлением новых средств поражения потихонечку теряет свое значение. Политика канонерок в данный момент уже не пройдет. Еще раз подчеркну, очень важно для судеб мира и особенно для судеб нашего региона всемирное сотрудничество таких держав, как Индонезия и Россия в Тихоокеанском регионе, включая и тесное морское сотрудничество во всех сферах, включая и военную и гражданскую сферы. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, товарищ адмирал. Thank you very much, Comrade Admiral. And now let's go further, and I have the honor to give the floor to Mr. Amarullah Octavian, Vice Chair of the National Research and Innovation Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. Dobry Večer. Honorable, the Head of National Archival of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Imam Gunarto, His Excellency, Russian Ambassador, Mr. Sergei Gennadievich Tolchinov, distinguished Head of the Federal Archival Agency of the Russian Federation, distinguished head or the representative of ALDE Discussion Club, all speaker, admiral, all professor, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. As we know as well, relations between Indonesia and Russia have existed since the era of President Sukarno and Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev. Bilateral relations between the two countries remain very close, despite Indonesia pioneered the non-aligned movement. It has been recorded that President Sukarno made 4 state visits to Russia, and Prime Minister Nikita Khrushchev also made a state visit to Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country with a sea area twice that of its land area. Russia has the largest territory in the world, including its vast sea area. Therefore, both countries have enormous potential for their marine natural resources. Marine natural resources include food sources, raw material for medicine, clean drinking water, and energy. The utilization of marine-based food and medicinal material has been well proven. Similarly, advanced technology has successfully converted seawater into clean drinking water for human need. Ocean also produce wave energy, tidal energy, and current energy. The latest technology can even make hydrogen from seawater as fuel for power plant reactor. Ladies and gentlemen, countries are currently embracing modern geopolitics to advance their respective national interests. Modern geopolitics emphasizes more on instrument of political influence in achieving national interests rather than the domination of armed forces as in the classical school of geopolitics. Geoeconomic refers to the use of modern geopolitics to optimize all forms of natural resources for the welfare of society. Geoeconomic not only utilize natural resources, but also concerned with conservation for sustainability of resources. From an understanding of modern geopolitics and geoeconomic, Geomartime is the application of modern geopolitics to optimize all forms of marine natural resources for the welfare of humankind. Geomaritime is also concerned with the sustainability of marine ecosystem. Geomaritime serves as the scientific basis for common effort to utilize the ocean as a food source, raw material for medicine, clean drinking water, and energy. Geomaritime has become a legal perspective in formulating various international governance to encourage and implement various policies and regulations regarding the sustainable use and conservation of marine ecosystem. Geomaritime provides a framework, scheme, and mechanism for research cooperation to optimize all potential of marine natural resources. In this regard, both Indonesia and Russia could conduct ocean research that is of mutual interest to both countries and also caters to international interests. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Indonesia, through the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN, aim to accelerate ocean research, particularly deep sea research. Most oceanographic research in Indonesia has focused on coastal areas, while the deep sea is relatively underexplored. Therefore, international cooperation on deep sea research with Russia as an important player in the field would be mutually beneficial to further our understanding of this extreme environment characterized by high pressure, low light penetration, and cold water in our seas. Deep sea research is essential to Indonesia as a maritime country, with our national development strategy set to increase the maritime sector contribution to our GDP and improve the research and development sector. Approximately 60% of the Indonesian water are deep sea, as defined by having depth of more than 200 meters. Indonesia deep sea include the eastern Indonesia seas, with its deepest point reaching more than 7,000 meters, as well as areas facing the Indian and Pacific Ocean. Deep sea research and technology are critical to Indonesia to maintain regional maritime security. Situated in the Indo-Pacific Ring of Fire, a solid understanding of deep sea tectonic is crucial to mitigate the impact of recurrent geological disaster. And as the global marine biodiversity hotspot, the discovery and sustainable use of deep sea biodiversity would be vital to our development strategy. In particular, the exploration of submarine volcanoes open numerous deep sea research, including geological, disaster, mineral resources, and territorial aspect. Mapping the bottom profile and underlying sediment layer of submarine volcanoes would identify geologic activities and risk. This ecosystem also hosts critical mineral resources. The discovery of new submarine volcanoes on the perimeter of the Indonesian seas would enlarge Indonesian territorial water and thus its resource utilization. Ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia only government research agency, BRIN has several schemes to strengthen our collaboration on deep sea research through joint research and capacity building. BRIN has expert researchers as potential collaborator in several relevant centers, including the Research Center for Deep Sea, the Research Center for Geological Disaster, the Research Center for Geological Resources, the Research Center for Hydrodynamic Technology, and the Research Center for Oceanography. Indeed, in 1965, the government of Indonesia and the Uni Soviet planned to establish a deep sea research center in eastern Indonesia. While the plan did not materialize, this is a testament to our long-term interest in collaborating on deep sea research. Capacity building for our researchers and fleet operator is highly needed to accelerate deep sea research. We welcome our Russian colleague to collaborate in Indonesia under our visiting researcher program, as well as send our staff for training and education in Russia. Training in advanced data analysis of geoscience data, such as from multi-beam echo sonder, magnetometer, and ROV would help study submarine volcanoes. As a leading nation in the exploration and exploitation of deep sea mineral in the area under the International Seabed Authority for the benefit of humankind, Russia would be a strategic partner for Indonesia as we are taking our involvement in deep sea mining in the area to the next level. Also, BRIN has established a targeted scholarship program on the deep sea, particularly on deep sea technology with the Indonesian Endowment Fund or LPDP under the Ministry of Finance. We would welcome further discussion on linking this program to strengthen our collaboration. As we move forward, deep sea technology to monitor using state-of-the-art and cost-effective instrument and explore using research vessel would be the backbone of deep sea research. Research on underwater acoustic, autonomous underwater instrument, and improved sensitivity of underwater cable data in our numerous straits would benefit Indonesia in maintaining maritime security in the region. Therefore, strengthening collaboration on deep sea research between Indonesia and Russia would be an essential bridge with deep sea research center in the Indo-Pacific region and the world. The cooperation between our two countries would lead to a more significant initiative with larger research foci or a research focus of an international agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, together, Geomartime bring opportunity to transform maritime conflict into mutually beneficial cooperation. Geomartime carries the spirit to realize the common interests of Indonesia, Russia, and the world. The shared interests of both countries in the field of ocean research would be beneficial for societal welfare today and the future. Ocean experts from both countries should work together to utilize marine natural resources. Ocean research between the two countries can also be directed toward formulating various international policies to protect the ocean from various threats due to human negligence and natural phenomena. Ocean research can also be aimed at detecting and anticipating various possible natural disasters at sea. The locus of collaborative research area may cover seas in both countries and international seas. Thank you for your kind attention. Spasiba. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amarullah, for your presentation, for your openness for international cooperation between Indonesia and Russia in the field of your research and activity. I think we could elaborate more than about it. And now let's pass to the next speaker. It's Mr. Alexey Kupriyanov, head of Center of the Indo-Pacific region of the Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Alexey has prepared a specific paper, the Valdai paper for our conference, dedicated to the maritime geopolitics of the Pacific and Indian Oceans. A view from Moscow. Thank you for that. So the floor is yours.
Спасибо большое, Олег. Для меня большая честь быть здесь, участвовать в этой панели. Я, честно говоря, в некотором затруднении, потому что, будучи автором доклада, который презентуется сейчас, я вряд ли смогу сказать много. За меня говорит текст, который я написал. В отличие от широкого взгляда, который был представлен господином Амрулу Октавианом, это скорее классическая сцена.
That have been mentioned earlier, that I will present another factors, and I will be more explaining about the Geomartime regarding the relationship between Indonesia and United States of America, and also a relationship with the Japan, and also the relationship with European Union. And here, there is also the key point of the development and the publication of the mass media in the Western countries. And I would like to say that United States of America has prepared to make China as another Japan. So yeah, in order to make the world obey America, United States of America. So now as you can see that the executives in the United States of America has shown their attitude by showing that all countries need to be low down in front of them. And the second one, in the last decade, the relationship within India and also and America, and especially in the Asia Pacific, the value of importance that exists here, and also, and if there is conflict, this will be important, and this is the role for Indonesia. We remember that the Norway's position in the World War II, and also from the point of view of German, when German wants to push Norway, and the thing that we need to pay attention is that don't let Indonesia in the Asia Pacific we need to protect Indonesia. Don't let Indonesia to be insecure in the field of maritime in the field of maritime system, and in the maritime era. Indonesia need to be strengthened, and we are ready to be the partner of Indonesia in strengthening the maritime areas. And I would like to say that Russia often see Indonesia as his partner, and Russia wants to explore because of the embargo. If they cannot work in a full power, so they need to minimize the occurrence that will happen. So the cooperation between Indonesia and Russia, it is hopefully that Russia can help Indonesia in the field of maritime aspect, in the field of trading, and especially in the technology. And comparing with China and America, to fight against the drone in the maritime areas, will not forbade to all over areas in Indonesia. And the cooperation, by this cooperation, we think that Indonesia can be the security in the maritime areas can be strengthened. Russia can help Indonesia to develop the ports, the security in the ports, and we can enhance the trading activity in the port, in the maritime aspect. And also we would like to develop and establish Indonesia's ports, so that the ports can be the backbone of the security for Indonesia. And the cooperation will enhance the probability for the trading activity between the two countries.
I have the honor to give the floor to Rear Admiral Akmal, Assistant to the Chief of the Indonesian Navy for Intelligence. Thank you very much, sir, for coming for our conference. Please, the floor is yours. Sure, please.
Distinguished all speakers, Admiral Retired Sergei Apakians, Mr. Alexei Kuprianov, Past Admiral retired Professor Amarullah Octavian, and Professor Koni Rahkundini Bakri, and Mr. Oleg Barabanov as a moderator. All participants in joint Russian-Indonesian seminar, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm honored to stand here. I represent the Chief Staff of Indonesian Navy. He appointed me to join the seminar, and he ordered to me to deliver his some remarks and some points from our Chief of the Navy. I think both countries, Indonesia and Russia, due to their geographical location, are significant maritime powers, not only to each respective region, but also to the global community. Therefore, it is quite natural that the maritime component is a priority importance for both us. Today, I will speak about the historical and geopolitical importance, current maritime cooperation, challenges and opportunities, and future prospects between Indonesia and Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, the relation between Indonesia and Russia has evolved significantly over the decades, rooted in historical, political, and economic ties. As two prominent maritime nations, their collaboration is essential in addressing shared challenges and opportunities in maritime domain. Maritime relations play a very important role in various aspects. For instance, geopolitical significant maritime security is the foundation of national defense and international stability, especially in vital sea lanes such as the Strait of Malacca. Geographically, Indonesia is an archipelagic nation comprising over 17,000 islands strategically located between the Indian and Pacific Ocean. Indonesia possesses a growing navy focused on securing its vast maritime territory and promoting regional stability as key player in Asia. Indonesia actively participates in maritime dialogues and security frameworks. Russia is a transcontinental country with extensive coastline along the Arctic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, and Baltic Sea, making it a significant maritime actor. Russia maintains a formidable navy with advanced capabilities, emphasizing its interests in the Arctic and Pacific region. Indonesia and Russia, previously Soviet Union, established diplomatic ties in 1950, making the beginning of the formal interaction. The relationship was fueled by shared anti-colonial sentiment and mutual interest in promoting sovereignty and independence. Key milestones in maritime cooperation started in 1950 to 1960s, with an initial naval agreement focused on training and technology transfer. In the 1970s, Indonesia received naval vessels and military equipment from the Soviet Union, enhancing its naval capabilities. Indonesia and Russia also have good history of joint maritime exercise, including joint naval exercise, fostering operational familiarity and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic nation strategically located in the crossroads of major maritime trade routes in Southeast Asia. Its geographic position enhances its role of a key player in regional security and economic activities, particularly in the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. The nation's vast maritime territory includes crucial shipping lanes, making it vital for regional trade and security cooperation. Russia's extensive coastline along the Arctic and Pacific Ocean position, it is a significant maritime power. The Arctic region is increasingly important due to the melting ice caps, opening new shipping routes, and access to untapped natural resources. Russia's interest in expanding its influences in the Pacific, including collaboration with Asian nations like Indonesia, underscores its maritime strategy. The Malacca Strait is one of the world's busiest maritime trade routes, connecting to the Indian Ocean to the South China Sea. Over 50,000 vessels transit through the strait annually, carrying about 1/3 of the global trade, including the significant oil shipment. Control and security of the strait are crucial for Indonesia and Russia, as disruption can impact global trade and energy supplies. Collaborative efforts in maritime security, such as anti-piracy, operation and surveillance, are vital to ensure the safety of the trade routes. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most vital components of our maritime cooperation in the series of joint naval exercises we conduct, for instance, the Asian-Russia Naval Exercise Annex 2021 was a landmark event showcasing our commitment to enhancing maritime security in the region. This exercise allows our naval forces to work together, share best practice, and improve interoperability. Looking ahead, the Maritime Naval Exercise Komodo MNEC 2023 demonstrated our ongoing commitment to collective security and humanitarian assistance. We are excited to see this initiative continue with MNEC 2025, which will further solidify our collaboration. In addition, the upcoming Ocean 2024 and Oruda 2024 exercise represent significant opportunities for both nations to engage complex naval operations. This exercise will not only improve our tactical skills, but also foster mutual understanding and trust between our forces. In the spirit of the strengthening our ties, we have also conducted notable engagement over the years. The first NTNT, Navy Talk in 2018, held in Russia, laid the groundwork for our collaboration. This followed by the second Navy Talk 2023 here in Indonesia, where he shared insight. I'm particularly looking forward to the third Navy Talk in 2024, which will take place in Russia. This engagement will serve as a platform for both nations to exchange knowledge and further develop our maritime capabilities. Port visits have also played a crucial role in our cooperation, fostering a goodwill and enhancing mutual understanding between our navies. Our current maritime cooperation is a testament to the enduring relationship between Indonesia and Russia through joint exercise, engagement, and port visit. We have laid a solid foundation for future collaboration as we continue to navigate the complexities of the maritime domain. We must strengthen our partnership and work together to address common challenges. Let us first examine the challenges we face. One of the most pressing issues is the geopolitical tension in our region. Ongoing dispute in some areas present a complex security environment that directly impact Indonesia maritime's interests. This dispute not only challenge our sovereignty, but also threaten our regional stability. As maritime nation, we must work together to promote dialogue and peaceful resolution of this conflicts. In addition to geopolitical challenges, we must also confront significant environment concern. Rising sea levels and changing the weather pattern pose threats to the coastal communities and maritime ecosystem in both Indonesia and Russia. Climate change effects are not just local issues. They require international collaboration to develop adaptive strategies and mitigate risk. Increased shipping activity can lead to pollution and the depletion of marine resources. As maritime nation, we have a responsibility to implement sustainable management practice that protect our ocean. We must work together to establish framework for responsible fishing, waste management, and pollution control. Despite these challenges, we have significant opportunities to strengthen our partnership, such as enhancing trade through maritime routes. We can enhance trade and economic collaboration by leveraging our strategic position along tidal fishing lanes. Improved port infrastructure and logistics can facilitate smoother trade flows benefiting both nations. The joint initiative on the maritime security, collaborative efforts in maritime security and anti-piracy can ensure safe passage through critical waterways. Joint exercise and information sharing will enhance our capabilities and foster a robust security environment. While challenges such as geopolitical tension and environmental concern loom large, the opportunities for enhancing our maritime relationship are significant. We must remain committed to collaboration, dialogue, and mutual understanding as we navigate these complex waters. In particular, Indonesia is committed to enhance maritime defense through the acquisition of new vessels and equipment. Our past archipelagic waters demand a robust naval presence to ensure the security of our maritime interests. As we bolster our capabilities, we are fostering a greater sense of confidence among our maritime forces. As we pursue advancement in naval capabilities, we must prioritize sustainable practice. Indonesia and Russia recognize the critical importance of protecting our marine environments and resources. As steward of our ocean, we have a responsibility to implement policies that ensure the sustainability of our fisheries and ecosystem. The future perspectives of Indonesian-Russia maritime relations are bright and filled with potential. By increasing our naval capabilities and focusing on sustainable practice, we can navigate the challenge ahead with confidence. Together, we can strengthen our defense and economic ties, ensuring a prosperous and secure maritime future for both nations. It is our shared responsibility to build a partnership that not only serves our national interests but also contribute to the regional stability and the protection of our vital maritime resources. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the relationship between Indonesia and Russia has evolved significantly, rooted in mutual interest since 1950s, particularly in maritime cooperation. Both nations occupied strategic maritime position, with Indonesia being a crucial player in Southeast Asia and Russia asserting its influence in the Arctic and Pacific. Ongoing joint naval exercise, defense agreement, and collaborative research initiative demonstrated a commitment to enhancing maritime security and operational capability. We must emphasize the importance of continued collaboration. The challenges we face, from geopolitical tension to environmental concern, necessitate a unified response. By working together, we can ensure that our maritime domains remain safe and secure for future generations. I urge all stakeholders, military leaders, policymakers, and industry experts to take proactive steps in fostering stronger maritime relations between Indonesia and Russia. Let us continue to build on our success, expand our cooperation, and explore new avenues for collaboration. Together we can pave the way for prosperous maritime future that benefit both our nation and contributes to the regional stability. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I want to express my optimism for our shared future. The potential of the Indonesian-Russia partnership is immense, and by committing ourselves to collaboration, we can navigate the challenges ahead and seize the opportunity that will await us. United by the sea, strengthened by collaboration. Thank you. Jalas Pipa, Jaya Mahe, victorious at sea. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi Santi, Om. Dobry wieczór.
Sorry. Now I'd like to give the floor to Pavel Guriev from the Primakov Institute. Please, Pavel, the floor is yours.
From the beginning, or you heard me? Go on, okay. Of course, it's very important as for Russian Federation as maritime power and for Indonesia as well, because you have the Malacca Strait. It is well known that more than 80% of the world trade is carried out by sea due to the maritime transport is the cheapest one. And the functioning of the system entirely depends on the legal regime of the international straits, through which the shortest and most suitable cargo transportation routes run. Violation of the current regime can directly lead to complete or partial collapse of world trade and economy as a whole. For example, the example of Bali and Mandeb in this regard is one of the most illustrative. Bali and Mandeb Strait is a strait used for international navigation as well, with the right of transit passage because in its narrowest part completely overlapped by the territorial sea of two states, Yemen and Djibouti. The latest actions by Houthi rebels attack on merchant ships could be considered in this situation as an act of piracy, from my point of view. From the legal point of view, act of piracy is an act of violence, illegal detention, and robbery. Act of piracy is always carried out by a private vessel. Act of piracy can be qualified as piracy only if it is carried out outside the maritime zone under full sovereignty of coastal state, I mean territorial sea and internal waters, and within internal waters and territorial sea, we can speak only about robbery or maritime terrorism, not about piracy. Act of piracy is always committed by personal purposes in order to extract personal benefit. The use of violence for political purposes cannot automatically be qualified as piracy. Piracy is an international crime, and all states have to cooperate in combating piracy. Piracy was a big problem for the Indonesia and other regional powers, and I know that United States wanted to be involved in the anti-piracy campaign, and Indonesia and Malaysia didn't agree with. Speaking about the Hormuz Strait, Hormuz Strait is also a classical example of trade used for international navigation with the right of transit passage, because it's also overlapped by territorial sea of two states, Iran and Oman. There is only one problem with the Hormuz Strait, Iranian position on the transit passage, on the right of transit passage. From the Iranian point of view, the right of transit passage is not a customary international law norm. So-called international custom, this right is based, from the Iranian point of view, on a contract and applies only to those countries that have accepted all the obligations under the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. As we know, the United States is a country that has not only not ratified, but also not signed the Law of the Sea Convention. However, the United States considers the right of transit passage as a customary norm of international law, which has to be respected and implemented by all states. Although it is very debatable, disputable issues, Iran has some legal grounds to insist that only the right of innocent passage applies to the United States as a more restricted norm of international law. You can see the Article 19.2 Law of the Sea Convention. Transit passage, some words about transit passage. Transit passage, which was introduced in the Law of the Sea Convention, is very liberal norm of international maritime law. It applies equally as to merchant vessels, as to warships, including submarines. There is no notification or authorization procedures for the transit passage. Transit passage cannot be suspended. The right of transit passage includes the right of overflight, including the military aircrafts. For example, the right of innocent passage through the territorial sea doesn't include this right because airspace above the territorial sea always national airspace. Some words about Taiwan Strait. Nelson, is especially for you. China recently, I suppose maybe 2 years ago, officially announced that the Taiwan Strait is not international waters. What does it mean? First of all, there is no such kind of term in the international maritime law. I mean 1982 Law of the Sea Convention, I mean 1958 Convention on the High Sea. Usually it is used in regards to the waters of the High Sea. Secondly, the Taiwan Strait consists of waters with fundamentally different legal status. I mean internal waters, 24-mile or 12 miles territorial sea, 24 miles continuing zone, and 200 miles exclusive economic zone. As a result, the regime of passage here is not uniform. Even more, there is no right of transit passage. Passage through the Taiwan Strait, or passage through the internal waters, always permissive. The right of innocent passage have to be implemented in the territorial sea, and freedom of navigation should be guaranteed in the exclusive economic zone, in the absolutely same way like in the high sea. However, Beijing insists on permissive procedures for the passage of foreign warships through its territorial sea. China prohibits different kinds of naval activities. I mean maneuvers, firing, shootings, weapon testing, and so on, and especially intelligence gathering as a direct threat to its national security. Prohibit different kinds of naval activities in its exclusive economic zone. Legal or illegal, it's rather disputable. Black Sea Straits. The legal regime of the Black Sea Straits is fully based on the 1936 Montreux Convention normal provisions. It is one of the oldest legal regimes still in force in relation to the straits, which gives Turkey the preferential rights to control military shipping. Turkey is the main beneficiary of this regime. Its erosion will automatically lead to the implementation of the transit passage under Law of the Sea Convention 1982. Russia is highly interested in Montreux restrictions due to the non-regional states' presence of warships, due to class, tonnage, and time of staying. On the other hand, non-regional powers, countries like the United States and its allies, are trying to test the strength of the Montreux regime and the Russian-Turkish contradictions over the strait just connected with the commercial shipping. From our point of view, the Turkish desire to increase the level of control and regulation a little bit illegal because the subject of regulation is in the field of international, not domestic law. As for warships, Turkey is authorized to close the straits under Article 19, 20, and 21 for belligerent powers when it participates in the war and consider itself under threats of immediate military danger. Baltic Straits. We have heard a lot of talks recently that the Baltic states, I mean Sweden and Denmark, can or even should close the straits for Russian vessels, Russian cargo, including Russian energy, resource, and transportation. I would like to remind in this regard that the legal regime of the Baltic Straits is not a gap in the international law. It's completely based on so-called Copenhagen Treaties, 1857, which speak about complete freedom of navigation in regard to commercial shipping. Denmark has its own developed national legislation on straits with certain restrictions, but only to warships, passage no more than 3 units at a time. Plus, Denmark and Sweden consider the regime of passage through the straits as a realization on practice the right of innocent passage, which cannot be suspended. Any steps taken by the Baltic states to introduce any restrictions on navigation here will lead to the question about applicability of the right of transit passage under the law of the Sea Treaty 1982. Obviously, Denmark and Sweden right now are main beneficiaries of the existing legal regime, and they aren't interested in its revision. Some words about legal status of straits during the armed conflict. There is a common understanding among expert community that the strait countries should not close international straits to anyone, including the states parties to any armed conflict, when their status remain neutral. Even if they themselves became involved in any armed conflict, the freedom of navigation should be preserved. Moreover, the passage of warships that belong to a state party of an armed conflict, but not with these strait states, should not be restricted. Of course, any belligerent state is not bound by any international obligations regarding respect of the right of transit passage of enemy warships and commercial vessels. And some final remarks. The regime of straits used for international navigation imposes certain obligation on the straits countries as within the framework of 1982 Law of the Sea Convention as a law of international armed conflict at sea. All states, as coastal as landlocked, are interested in the free movement of goods, cargo, or even armed forces. Russia has not only significant naval capabilities, but also operates commercial, fishing, and research fleets. South Asia states, including Indonesia, are directly connected with the sea, its spaces and resources exploitation. In our common interest to defend a universal order in the world ocean, prevent its violation and expensive interpretations. Colleagues, thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pavel, for your presentation. And now let's pass from Jakarta to St. Petersburg the historic maritime center of Russia, and I have a honor and pleasure to give the floor to Madame Konni Rakhakondini Bakri, who is the professor of the St. Petersburg State University, maybe the first Indonesian professor of St. Petersburg University, and she is also the chairwoman of Expert Council on Maritime Archives. Professor Konni, if you hear me, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Oleg. Distinguished guests, chairman, members of the Valda Discussion Club, and Andre. It's an honor actually to speak before you today in the very last session of this very important Valda Jakarta Moscow, which is, I might say, is our baby. First, I would like to congratulate and give my great appreciation, of course, to the hard work of Andre and Valda chairman and team. At the same time, I deeply apologize for not being able to be there myself due to our fifth President Megawati Soekarno-Putri academic visit to Russia. In the 1960 or 50, during Sukarno era, Indonesia rose to become the strongest military power in the Southern Hemisphere. This is a very strong word because with significant assistance, this has happened because of the significant assistance from the Soviet Union. I always wish Indonesia will be able to replicate that position again. I should repeat that. I always wish Indonesia will be able to replicate this position again. But again, replicating this issue is in the issue of the challenge on the maritime and geopolitics in the Pacific and Indo-Pacific today is marked by strategic competition, militarization, and then modernization and naval capability is quite difficult. Therefore, let's discuss how Russia can deepen its partnership with us, a nation at the heart of the Indo-Pacific, by addressing not only financial, defense, and technological cooperation, but also placing special focus on maritime cooperation, reflecting Indonesia's status as archipelagic nations. Since I live and work in Russia for almost 6 or 7 months now, let me tell you one of the most pressing challenges facing Russia today is the impact of Western sanctions. These sanctions actually restricted access and limited Russia's ability to fully participate in all international and including our regional area, also hampers the development of strategic partnership in Southeast Asia. Indonesia, as a rising power in Indo-Pacific, holds immense strategic value. However, Indonesia's strict adherence to non-aligned foreign policy have a very significant role in this issue. Means any partnership with Russia, with China, even with the West, or any West allies must respect Indonesia's autonomy, avoid pulling country into existing geopolitical context. Additionally, there is critical maritime dimension. As an archipelagic nation, placing in the nexus of key global shipping routes are vital to the international trade. This makes Indonesia a central player in maritime security in the Indo-Pacific. Again, now the problem has to be very clear, the core problem. How can Russia, overcome the constraint of sanction, build meaningful relationship with Indonesia, with a non-aligned power like Indonesia, and develop maritime cyber and space strategy that aligns with Indonesia's unique position? The first step is addressing this challenge actually to find a way to bypass the limitation imposed by sanctions. Sanctions actually present opportunity for Russia as well to diverse economic relationship. And Indonesia is looking to expand its financial partners beyond traditional Western economics. One approach for Russia is to establish alternative financial mechanism by working with our national financial institution. For example, I'm helping to do it now actually. Russia can facilitate trade and investment through reducing dependency on Western financial system and by utilizing local currency to provide greater stability and predictability, shielding both Russia and Indonesia from external financial pressure. This will not only help Russia to circumvent sanctions, but also create new financial framework that support deeper economic integration and laying the foundation for more robust maritime trade and cooperation. The second element that I want to discuss is the strategy of expanding cooperation into emerging area of defense, particularly on AI, cyberspace, and maritime security. This is becoming crucial not only for national defense, but also for maintaining stability in Indo-Pacific. Indonesia critical maritime routes, for example, is a Malacca Strait. Make maritime security is very important for the global economy, not only for Jakarta. By working with Indonesian maritime security, Moscow actually can help safeguard vital salient that are essential to global trade and energy supplies.
Presentation, and now
Russia already has significant expertise in maritime defense, and sharing this with Indonesia can be cornerstone of long-term partnership. Joint naval exercise, if I'm not mistaken, is coming on will be coming on the coming December will be happen, and cooperation on maritime surveillance can strengthen Indonesia's capacity to protect its waters, also boosting Russia's presence in the region. Cyberspace defense is also critical for cooperation as digital threat evolve. Indonesia face increasing challenges securing its cyber infrastructure. Russia's expertise in cyber defense can help Indonesia strengthen its resilience against both state and non-state actors. As Indonesia look to the sky, we feel the need to stronger aerospace defense capabilities become evident. The Asia-Pacific region is becoming more militarized, with regional power investing in sophisticated fighter jet, drones, air defense system. Indonesia, of course, must modernize its air force as well. By addressing maritime security and expanding cooperation in digital sovereignty, I think Mr. Gupta mentioned this morning, cyber and airspace defense, Russia can solidify its strategic presence in the Indo-Pacific while supporting Indonesia's defense capabilities. Central pillar of this strategy must respect Indonesia's non-aligned policies set by our first President Sukarno, and this long tradition of non-alignment movement is actually to avoid entanglement in the rivalry between global power. To build sustainable relationship, Russia and Indonesia must ensure that any defense economic partnership avoid pushing into unnecessary geopolitical conflicts. In practical terms, I think this more means focusing on cooperative collaboration, joint naval exercise, like mentioned by the Chief of Joint Navy Staff, technology transfer, capability building initiative, and in the maritime domain, and also how Indonesia enhance Indonesia defense capabilities without forcing into new geopolitical blocks. By respecting the autonomy, I think Russia, unlike Western country in the region, can build a more genuine, long-lasting partnership based on mutual respect and shared interest with Indonesia. Military and maritime cooperation should not stand alone, but serve as a gateway to broader economic and strategic ties. Indonesia's maritime economy is vast, from shipping to fishery to energy exploration to territorial waters. Russia could engage in joint projects with Indonesia on the area of port development, maritime logistics, energy security issue, and how this complement maritime defense cooperation that create a long-term economic technology transfer. Furthermore, both nations should explore opportunity in high-tech industry, such as satellite navigation system. Oceanographic is mentioned by Admiral Octavian just now, underwater surveillance technology, and these areas cooperation would not only strengthen defense, but also foster a broader economic engagement in field critical to Indonesia's future development. Now let me close my vision with Valdai-Jakarta Path Forward Strategic Partnership. In short, we cannot fully replicate the past glory of Indonesia military prowess during Sukarno. We cannot. But we certainly write a new chapter. We can certainly write a new chapter of strategic cooperation with Russia today. Russia engagement in Indonesia must guided by strategic vision that makes two nations potential to connect and cooperate on the two pillars of TPDOIL. On the civilian pillar are technology, energy, politics, investment, defense, oil, industry, and logistics. Non-civilian pillars for TPDOIL is training, equipment, personnel, infrastructure, doctrine, organizations, information system, and again, logistics. So by this 7 elements, I think geopolitically, Indonesia and Russia could play a very important role. Driving from the challenges that the solutions and the opportunity that I outlined before, the Valdai-Jakarta-Moscow could emphasize the following key points. 1. Prioritize naval aerospace cooperation as strategic pillar of Russia-Indonesia relations. 2nd, defense technology transfer to build long-term partnership for Indonesia, and this is would support Indonesia's goal to learn from Russia regarding self-reliance. 3rd is address challenges related to Western sanctions by offering flexible financial solutions. 4th, support Indonesia's neutral foreign policy while gaining strategic influence. 5th, expand cooperation beyond traditional military. I think Valdai-Jakarta could encourage President Putin and elected President Prabowo to expand defense cooperation beyond traditional military hardware by proposing the cybersecurity, AI, space technology, maritime domain awareness, as I mentioned before. And last but not least, use maritime and airspace cooperation as a gateway to economic collaboration. I think by expanding into new area of building Indonesia unique geographical and strategic importance as an archipelagic nation, Russia with Indonesia can forge partnership that not only serve mutual defense interests, but also contribute to peace, security, and prosperity in the region. By this, I believe Russia and Indonesia can be one future tech and science technology, because I'm the ambassador of science and technology of my university, St. Petersburg University. So I like to strengthen that point. And both Russia and Indonesia, I hope, can influence the Indo-Pacific, ensuring more secure and stable future for the Mare Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Kony, for your presentation, for your optimism, and now we have a time for a couple of questions and remarks from the audience, please. Please, so now take the mic, please introduce to the audience.
Spasibo Balsoi, Minezawut Hendra Manurung, ya is Jakarta, ya Tojewi Pusnik is Rasi, St. Petersburg University, Mesunarat Niat Nasini. Well, I have questions. Well, I am lecturer now, while in Republic of Indonesia Defense University. Previously, that Professor Amarullah was there, and also that. Well, regarding to this topic, actually, well, I would like to ask to Russian colleges, Ribiata, about Indonesian-Russia relations as maritime countries. We know that this is not apple to apple to compare Indonesia and Russia. Russia has fleet, well, you know that in the northern part, in Vyborg, and also that in Vladivostok, and also that in Black Sea, if I'm mistaken. So Indonesia itself still does not have any progress even to have a fleet, even though that Indonesia is archipelagic state. So do you think that is it can be understood about this, you know, that about the power of the maritime capabilities, as we know that this is talking about the maritime countries. I think that we know that deep sea research also that will be implemented in the future, and also about the potential threat also. We know that we have also the real threat. I don't know, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, potential or real threat, but to my understanding it can be potential or real threat in South China Sea regarding to the unilateral claims of 9 dash line unilaterally claimed by major power. So that I think this is about the possibility in the future. I mean that about these maritime corporations in the future, the next 5, 10, or maybe more than 20 years, well, still, or maybe that this is still walau-walam bisawap, still we do not know, or maybe we are just going to the reality, to the real, to say that, yes, Indonesia can become a maritime power in the next 10 to 20 years. I think that's to Russian Ribiata, not for the general. Thank you very much.
Very much so. So, Russian guys, Russian Ribiata, who would like to answer? No, okay. Please, react.
Is it okay? Okay, in fact, I cannot see any answer because it was not a question. I think it was your opinion. I totally agree with you that, in fact, we have, so now we are in the process of the turn to the east, and now we are looking for a new partner there. And Indonesia should be, from my point of view, one of these partners because it's most prominent partner in Southeast Asia. And now we have a lot of capabilities to improve Indonesian Navy and Indonesian ability to be, in fact, the center, the axis, well, of Indo-Pacific region. Well, I totally agree with you in this point, and I think that it should be in the center of our cooperation for a new decade, maybe. Because now we are creating a new industrial and export center in our Far East. Sometimes we call it Pacific Russia, you know, that so region around the Vladivostok, Okhotsk Sea, and the Northern Pacific region. And so, well, for us, I can just repeat that looking for new partners in Southeast Asia, in South Asia, in East Asia will be, well, in fact, the focus of our activity here. Thank you.
Start a couple of words. I'm not a naval officer, but I'm, let's say, a conference officer for many years. And I was invited for many naval conferences in the region, in Singapore, in Pakistan, in China. And I was positively surprised how open are naval officers and naval forces in general in the Southeast Asia, in South Asia, to promote the cooperation, to promote some joint exercises, as you said, with the Russian Navy, with the Russian colleagues. I think it is very important and that we could learn each other better, that we could understand each other better, that we, our officers and your officers could make personal friendship, and then it will also contribute to the peace and stability, because we understand each other better. So it's really very important, and I am really thankful to Mr. Rear Admiral that you expressed the readiness to continue the cooperation with us for now and for the future, and agreeing with you on the potential for growing of Indonesian naval power, I still keep my words that I said at the beginning, that we are already both great maritime powers. So it's not, for me, it's a fact. Pavel, please.
Inside our Institute of World Economy and International Relations, we made a sea power ranking or index, taking into account not only naval capabilities, but also maritime economy and activity, maritime spaces and resources. And inside this index, Indonesia stands on the 7th place among other 100 states due to very good capabilities in law enforcement forces at sea, research fleet, catching of maritime biological resources, aquaculture, and the huge maritime spaces under full sovereignty of Indonesia, I mean archipelagic waters. Their status could be compared with the internal waters, full sovereignty of airspace, waters, seabed, and suboil. It's about, if I'm not mistaken, 3 million square kilometers. It's the first place in the world, and you have to control such huge maritime spaces. Maybe Russia can help you in this field.
If there are any more questions, so 3, 4, 30 seconds per person. We collect all 4, and then.
Hello, thank you. My name is Ilyana. I'm from the Ria Novosti News Agency, and my question is for the Rear Admiral, please. Amal, yeah? So you have mentioned that Russia and Indonesia will soon have the first bilateral exercise in the maritime sphere. They are Ruda exercise in November. Can you please expand on what is the significance of this event? And what are the next steps that our countries can maybe take in the sphere? Maybe this exercise could become annual. Thank you.
The back there, the back rows.
I'm Stella from the National Archive of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like to share some archival perspective. So one of the strategy that Indonesia can be used to defend its maritime defense or maritime as a maritime countries is documenting the maritime archive. as well as increasing its weapons defense, of course. So right now, Directorate of Archive Acquisitions is trying hard to collect the maritime archive, both from a state and private institution, and also community and individuals. So we really appreciate that this event gives us an opportunity to share the experience in documenting the maritime archive. So we would like to know, or we do hope, that there are some Indonesian maritime archive that kept in Russia can be our memory in Indonesia. Thank you.
There was a lady in the center.
Thank you for the second opportunity. My name is Selta, and I am lecturer in Jayabaya University. And hello, Bukoni. My question is, if it was for the Russian Rabiatan, right now my question turns to Indonesian Rabiatan. And my question is, I just had panel discussion with Lemhanas just yesterday towards to the Geopolitical Forum tomorrow. And we was discussed about my paper presentation. It was discussed about the lack of coordination among the ministry in Indonesia before we go to our vision to do international cooperation between or among countries. But I think in my perspective, we still have our internal issues. So this lack of cooperation among a ministry, I think it's still being a shadows for the maritime issues. And for the Rabiatan, Indonesian Rabiatan, how do you see this? Thank you. Spasiba большое.
Son Wong, please.
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to respond to Pavel's point because you posed a question to me. I'm no expert in maritime law. I'm not an expert. All I can say, based on my understanding, is that for China, China has never stopped the freedom of navigation across the Taiwan Strait. But recently, things are changing. It all happened because more and more ships of NATO countries started coming through the Taiwan Strait, one after another. Now, if you put yourself in the shoes of the Chinese government, what would you think? And the people in China also are quite confused. Why NATO countries' naval ships, not commercial ships, but NATO ships keep coming through this Taiwan Strait? To do what? To show muscles? So that's why Chinese Navy started to have different opinions and to stop them from coming through. So, and I think that's all I can tell you, that's all I know, and I've read in the news, and I know people in China are talking about it as well. And so, but when it comes to the legal side, I'm sorry, Pavel, I'm no legal expert. This 12-mile territory, whatever, I don't know. I believe you said it's controversial. There are still, disputes about how you look at sovereignty, the maritime sovereignty. So let's leave it to the experts. Thank you.
Thanks, Nelson. Mr. Rear Admiral, maybe you would answer first for the question on the exercises.
I try to answer the question. If we want to compare the power of the Russian Navy and Indonesian Navy, I think we cannot make the same, you can say the same level. I think Russian Navy is a big power than if you compare with Indonesian Navy. But you know that our countries, we have 2/3 of our territory are water. So we need also big power. But until now, our plan strategy how to increase our power by procuring some worship, maybe from another country, or we also can make from from Indonesia, from some shipyard who are already in our country. But how to make our region safe and make our territory water is safe? I think we need cooperation, maybe to another countries who have a big power, like Russian Navy. As we know that in November 2024, the Russian Navy already planned to conduct our exercise together in our region. This is, I think, the second time the Russian Navy conduct the joint exercise with Asian country. The first Asian with Russian Navy, and this is the second Russian Navy with Indonesian Navy for joint exercise in our region. By join the exercise to show to the world that we can collaborate about how to secure our region. I think that's my answer.
So the second question was about maritime archives. Maybe Professor Koni, you could answer it.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I think what been just asked is very. It remind me of my sentence. I think 2 or 3 years ago, I said to the chairman of ANRI that actually archive could be a new weapon, because like Wong said just now, the question from Wong is like the question from myself as well regarding such an issue. For example, people keep complaining to China regarding their historical claim, but if you study the historical claim of China, they have basis on it. I studied in the War College in Taiwan. I study Sovereignty in China, so I know exactly all the maritime archive that China belong to China since ages ago is there, and it's nice to revisit and to talk regarding that archive, not to claim but only to talk. But I understand why now China is becoming strong. Of course, like Russia, when they feel surrounded by this NATO capabilities. Actually, for me in this event, I like to underline what I just read 2 days or 3 days ago when somebody from Japan said that is the time now is the Asia Pacific NATO, or maybe the new Seattle will be established in Indo-Pacific. So this is very dangerous, and of course we could take the archive position as the an archive file that we have actually to strengthening our cooperation between ASEAN countries, between our neighbors, because actually we are very close in relations. So no one, I mean, from outside the region can interfere. Again, if you ask me about the archive in Russia, if you have time to come to St. Petersburg, actually you have like the Maritime Museum that you can see during the circumstance of the world. Russia have several archive and file regarding Indonesia during that time, during Catherine the Great. I forgot, I think 2 times or 3 times of this visit. So yes, I hope that ANRI chairman, Mr. Imam, can soon visit St. Petersburg, and we find together how Russia-Indonesia relationship on a base or archive that could be revisited, and only revisit Sukarno era on how we develop our military capability to be the strongest military capability in the Southern Hemisphere. But back to the era of Catherine, even to Catherine the Great, while Indonesia and Russia actually have a very long history of maritime. Thank you.
The third question was about the ministry cooperation and coordination. it was addressed to the Indonesian participants. Who is ready to? Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I think the question on the lack of the coordination that you have already mentioned, Ms. Marta, I think it is also the common condition and common situation in Indonesia and also in other countries. The lack of coordination is also happen in such area. It's depend on the perspective. It's depend on the agenda. It's depend on the interest. It's depend on the standard operating procedure. So in this context, I have already mentioned about the importance of geomaritime. Okay, the geopolitics in the modern era use the new criteria, new parameter. So we could identify and analyze what is the point of the contemporary geopolitics comparing with a classic geopolitics. So the defense cooperation under the geopolitics of classic school, but the geomaritime could focus on the cooperation. Another opportunity, for example, I have already explained about the importance of the ocean research as the complementary or substitutional function of this defense cooperation. So we have already discussed about the defense cooperation in the naval cooperation, Coast Guard cooperation, and etc. But in this geomaritime, I propose the possibility to engage the joint research on the ocean. As we know as well that our interest on the ocean is very high. We could explore the potential of natural resources for our need, and also to explore the possibility to produce the energy with this ocean potential. So I think lack of cooperation, lack of coordination to conduct the cooperation with another country is depend on our interest. So I think your experience having a discussion with the authority from Lemhanas appointed to this lack of cooperation, coordination. It is very common, and it could happen in some area. So the most important is right now we could see what is the red line and what is the focus on this cooperation, and after that we could elaborate more. Thank you.
Pavel, would you like to react to? No. So, in that now, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank all the speakers for the very interesting discussion. I hope that we are at the start of our joint conference exercises between Indonesia and Russia, and now I'd like to pass to give the floor to our Master of Ceremonies to start the closing ceremony of our conference. Thanks.
Thank you, moderators, and also thank you very much for all the speakers. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, for the moderator and all the speakers, please return to your seat. Thank you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for closing ceremony, I kindly invite Mr. Imam Gunarto, Mr. Andrei Bistritsky, and Mr. Andrei Artizov to come to the stage and deliver the closing remarks.
You first? You first. Okay. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, friends. Today, we have went through the fruitful discussion on the historical, geopolitical, digital, and maritime perspective, not only about the bilateral relationship, but also from the regional point of view. The conference has also become a scientific, philosophical, and also technical forum that bring together our thoughts one step further from yesterday. The conference is also become a forum to expand our network, not only with Russia, China, and India, but also with experts from other fields of expertise. I would like to deliver my deep sincere gratitude, sincere thanks for all parties, for the Excellency Mr. Artisov, Excellency Mr. Andre, and also Excellency Ambassador Sergey, and all experts, and all participants who stay until the end, a very loyal participant, thank you very much. So I'm looking forward to see you at another conference in the future. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые господа, на открытии конференции я сказал, что это первый опыт такого сотрудничества национальных архивов и Валдайского клуба. И выразил надежду, что этот первый опыт будет успешным. Вот теперь завершаем наше мероприятие. Действительно, дискуссии по нескольким сюжетам. Вот посмотрите, казалось бы, такая специфическая тема, как морская стратегия, да, ну, как она прозвучала сегодня в этих стенах, и мне даже интересно было слышать, что руководитель морского департамента Национального архива Индонезии, значит, одновременно при этом они и профессора Санкт-Петербургского университета, и обсуждают так остро сюжеты, которые действительно актуальны для Индонезии, поскольку 2/3 ее территории – это морская территория, а есть и морские архивы, это так. Ну, сегодня начался дождь, а по русской хорошей пословице и по традиции дождь означает, что все будет нормально и что обязательно мы еще встретимся, потому что дождь – это возможность реализовывать дальнейшие наши мероприятия. Поэтому спасибо господину НАТО. Спасибо за то, что нам так тепло здесь и удалась вот эта наша встреча. И до новых встреч.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Andrei Nikolaevich. Thank you, Imam, because without archives, what should we do without archives? Thank you, Your Excellency, for our assistance and for our conference. Thank you, our staff from Russian archives, Indonesian archives, and Valdai Club, because it was excellent conference, very well organized, fantastic, interesting, very distinguished speakers, and seriously, it was interesting, and we should continue it. I think we will do our best for continuation of this conference. Interesting, because we see how it was because our name was correct from the past to the future, and our discussions we follow this way from past to the future, and finally we discuss future cooperation, our perspectives, our point of views, and it's interesting. It's very good combination, past and future. Not bad, not bad. Thank you very much indeed. But now we start our conference from dancing flowers. Next destination, eating speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gunarto, Mr. Bistritsky, and Mr. Artizov for the closing remarks. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially at the end of this event. Let me inform you to return the interpreter device to the committee in the registration table in front of this room. Once again, please return the interpreter device to the committee in the registration table in front of this room. And I kindly invite all of the speakers from the last session to come to the foyer of Sumba Room for the media doorstop. Once again, for all the speakers from the last panel session, please come to the foyer of Sumba Room for media doorstop. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Berlian Tina. On behalf of organizing committee, we would like to deliver our sincere thanks to everybody who attend and actively participate this event since this morning. We are looking forward to seeing you in other activities. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.